on earth. Bispo Rosario, believed to be guided by a divine mission to represent the world. Perhaps for him, this was an act of collecting and archiving and a way to understand existence, a search that humanity and art specifically has been trying to do forever. We hope today to pay him back in this humble gathering by trying to understand his work and that of others who, through their art, share with us their creative rendering of the world. American Society is thankful to all the participants to contribute to this conversation about Bispo and outsider art, to the Museu Bispo Rosario and the co-curators for making this exhibition possible, and to Almeida Dale for sponsoring this event and supporting the show. With that, I'm going to pass the word to Raquel Fernandes, Director of Museu Bispo do Rosario.
Thank you, Aimé. It's an honor to be here with you to welcome the participants of this important seminar. I would take the opportunity to thank AES for organizing this beautiful show for Bispo Rosario, the artist solo show in the United States. I would like to apologize for my English, and unfortunately, lead me to reach my speech in Portuguese. O que quer o museu? Para que serve? A quem se destina? Como pensar um museu do presente capaz de abordar o que está acontecendo no aqui e agora? Um mundo atravessado pelas mudanças climáticas, com uma abissal desigualdade social e política. Como ser um museu que se constitui para além da apresentação dos seus objetos e coleções, que entende seu patrimônio como algo além da herança do seu acervo, mas com a construção de pertencimento que estabelece através de um processo coletivo de produção de cultura. Essas perguntas tão atuais para se pensar os museus do século XXI se colocam de forma fundamental no processo de construção e constituição do Museu Bispo do Rosario, Arte Contemporânea. O fato do Museu Bispo do Rosario estar inserido no local que foi um dos maiores hospícios do Brasil nos coloca o desafio da preservação da memória deste lugar e de pensar a arte como ferramenta de transformação e inclusão social, para que a cada vez esse contexto asilar seja trabalhado de modo a contribuir para a diminuição dos estigmas acerca da loucura e criar condições de constituir novas cidadanias. O museu se coloca como um dispositivo que articula arte e cuidado e tem como condutor a vida do Bispo do Rosario, artista que viveu por cerca de 50 anos como interno da colônia Juliano Moreira. Seu destino mais provável seria a invisibilidade ou apagamento social, mas como uma estratégia de resistência ou reexistência, Bispo, através de seu delírio, busca reorganizar o caos do mundo, a partir da desconstrução dos elementos de opressão manicomial. Ressignifica os objetos do cotidiano, transformando-os em elementos que conjugam memória, testemunho e materialidade para a criação de um mundo por ele imaginado. O delírio é transformado em subversão, ruptura da lógica de aniquilamento manicomial. Bispo faz da sua posição delirante potência de criação. Sua obra desloca o entendimento do delírio das definições descritivas dos manuais de psiquiatria e psicopatologia que o limitam como um juízo psicologicamente falso. Freud nos fala do delírio como uma tentativa de cura, na busca por refazer as ligações afetivas do mundo, rompidas diante do encontro com algo da ordem do insuportável do real. Uma tentativa de organização que se dá pelo desvio da reconfiguração constante dos possíveis mundos. Não seria esse o desafio ao qual todos nós estamos submetidos no esforço de superar o mal-estar na cultura? Uma desestruturação muitas vezes necessária para criar condições de transformação do mundo adoecido que vivemos? Como é que esse desafio que é posto no século XXI, esse é o desafio. Assegurar que nossas instituições tenham um certo grau de inventividade enquanto dispositivo cultural e, ao mesmo tempo, de cuidado, com aposta nas relações de convívio e pertencimento. E será que poderíamos ir além? Ao incentivar a difusão da obra de Bispo do Rosario, como acontece nessa primeira mostra individual de Bispo nos Estados Unidos, Bispo do Rosario, All That is Material on Earth, realizada na American Society, instituição que procura ampliar o olhar sobre o continente americano e que se potencializa através do debate que se inicia hoje nesse importante seminário, poderíamos ter como pretensão estimular o desenvolvimento de tecnologias de existência que possam incluir a perspectiva delirante, não só para marcar a reivindicação do direito de ser diferente, mas que possibilite a ruptura dessa lógica dual que mantém a oposição entre razão e desrazão. Tecnologias que nos ajudem a reimaginar formulações que criem novas noções do coletivo, do direito à cidade. E diante do desafio imposto pela crise climática e o negacionismo que nos cerca, reformule nosso olhar, nosso modo de agir para encontrar estratégias de enfrentamento e resistência que nos levem a novas formas de convívio no mundo. Assim, inspirados em Bispo do Rosário, que procurou recolher todas as coisas existentes na Terra, para que pudéssemos voltar a enxergar aquilo que nos faz humanos, sejamos capazes, enquanto dispositivos culturais, de desenvolver tecnologias de existência que integrem arte, educação e saúde para tecer uma trama artesanal de cuidado que recolhe potências para transformá-las em produção de desejo e ressignificação de vida. Desejo a todos que tenhamos um bom seminário. Passo agora para Javier Téllez.
Thank you, Aimé. Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, wherever you are, visible and invisible friends. Thank you for being connected today. My name is Javier Téllez. I am co-curator of the exhibition Bispo do Rosario, All Existing Materials on Earth, now on view of on American Society in New York until May 20th. So if you are in the city or around, please come see it before it closed. So we wanted to start a symposium around the work of Bispo do Rosario, addressing the topic that defined most of his life, that is, of course, the mental institution. An environment that Bispo do Rosario suffered for near 50 years as an inmate in and out of the Colonia Julia Moreira in Rio de Janeiro, an institution for the mentally ill and the homeless. American sociologist Erwin Goffman has defined mental institutions as total institutions. I quote, "The barrier that total institutions place between the inmate and the wider world marks the first curtailment of the self. Their total character is symbolized by the barrier to social intercourse with the outside that is often built right in the physical plane, locked doors, high walls, barbed wire, etc." End of quote. Or as well, like Colonia Julia Moreira being far from the city. Bispo's creative work, as is the case of most of the art produced by people that were confined in psychiatric hospitals in the 20th century, can be seen as a make-do to survive this totalitarian regime of the institution. So when addressing his work, it is necessary never to forget the social conditions in which it was produced, since Bispo do Rosario, before anything else, was a Black, poor inmate of a mental institute in a mental state institution in Brazil. I have the great pleasure then to introduce today three of the most relevant voices in the field of art produced in the mental institutions that will address this topic from different geographic and historical perspectives, talking about different historical cases. I want to thank them for agreeing to be part of this discussion. It means a lot for me. We will start with Thomas Roeske presentation that will explore the relevance of Hans Prinzhorn's book, Arte of the Mentally Ill, a seminal publication of 1922 that addressed the work of mental patients in institutions. We will follow with Valérie Rousseau presentation reviewing the buffet concept and development of art boot and his intersections with the practice of Catalan psychiatrist François Tosquelles and the institutional therapy that he developed at the Hospital Saint Alban in France. Then we will conclude in a more specific with a more specific subject of Bispo do Rosario, presented by Ricardo and Resende, co-curator of our Bispo do Rosario exhibition in American Society, who will explore the work of the Brazilian artist in the context of the Colonia Julia Moreira. This conversation will be followed by a Q&A and of course, a conversation. Portuguese translation is also available, thanks to Patricia Porto and Elizabeth Becker. Thanks very much for the translation. I will read quickly a bio of our panelists. We will start with Dr. Thomas Roeske, who has been head of the Prinzhorn collection of the Psychiatric University Clinic in Heidelberg since 2002. He studied art history, musicology, and psychology at Hamburg University and obtained the doctorate in 1991 with a groundbreaking study on Hans Prinzhorn. He was assistant professor at the Department of Art History at Frankfurt University from 1993 to 1999, and from 1996 to 1999, he was the second speaker of the graduate program, Psychic Energies of Visual Art. Since 2015, he has been professor at Frankfurt University, where he teaches art history, as well as at the Heidelberg University. He has published numerous books and contributions to many publications, mainly on German modernism and outsider art. Since 2012, he has been president of the European Outsider Art Association. Very quickly, from my archive, I show you two amazing publications that he have edited. This was an amazing show. I saw it before I actually met in Thomas in 2007, I believe. It was an exhibition on the loom and the other dangerous influencing machines. If you don't have this in your library, go get it. So then this book, which is only in German, is so from my view of the influence in 2 volumes, the influence of Hans Prinzhorn's studies and publication and the collection in modern and contemporary artists, and I cannot say this in German, but it's basically on seen and unheard, you know, the artists looking at the Sammlung Prinzhorn. So Valérie Rousseau, our next panelist, is a curatorial chair for exhibitions and senior curator at the American Folk Art Museum, New York. She overviewed critical acclaim exhibitions, notably one successfully discovered in 2022, a photo booth collection, Bruno de Charme Company, 2021, a booth in America, the incursion of Jean Dubuffet, which I have here actually the book. It was a fantastic exhibition. Really nice to see Dubuffet back to the States, since the collection was actually a resident of in the States for a while, but unfortunately went back to Europe. She had made many projects on our booth, on literature, art environments, had analyzed the work of many outsider artists, including, of course, Henry Darger and Melvin Way, which is make groundbreaking publications and exhibitions. She authored the Philap winning publication Bill Taylor, The Fate of Self-Taught Art, published by the Brooklyn Ray in 2018, Visionary Architectures, Alternative Guide to the Universe, published by the Hayward Gallery in 2013, an amazing show. In 2022, she was selected to attend the seminar showing Searching Art Book and its archival imports of the Bibliothèque Kandinsky Sommer University at Centre Pompidou in Paris. In 2019, she was the recipient of the Curatorial Fellowship for American Curators, Étant donné Contemporary Art of the FACE Foundation on the intersections of psychiatric and artistic avant-gardes. Valérie is currently working on an exhibition of a Catalan psychiatrics, François Téllez, that will open next year at the American Folk Art Museum, and it's an interaction of the exhibition that happened this year and last year, the Museu Reina Sofia, but which is going to be different here at New York. I mean, we're all expecting and waiting for this because Téllez was really an amazing figure that still needs to be rediscovered. So then we have our Bispo presentation. Our Bispo presenter Ricardo Resende, my colleague curator, co-curator of the exhibition, who holds a master in art history from the School of Communications and Arts of the Universidad de Sao Paulo, and since 1988 had worked in various positions in institutions such as the Museu de Arte Contemporánea de la Universidad de Sao Paulo, the Museu de Arte Moderna de Sao Paulo, the Museu de Arte Contemporânea do Centro Dragão do Mar de Arte e Cultura, São Romão Portunhol, the Centro de Artes Visuais of Funarte in Rio de Janeiro, and the Centro Cultural Sao Paulo. Since 2014, he had served as curator of the Museu Bispo do Rosario Arte Contemporânea in Rio de Janeiro. He was the curator of the exhibitions Panorama da Arte Brasileira in 2001 at Museu de Arte Moderna de Sao Paulo, Leonilson sob o peso dos meus amores, Leonilson Under the Weight of My Love, held at Itaú Cultural in Sao Paulo, and Fundação Iberê Camargo in Porto Alegre. And Leonilson Memoria e Arquivo, Leonilson Memory and Archive, held at Fundação Edson Queiroz in Fortaleza and Centro Cultural Luz Cardoso in Sao Paulo. He recently curated the exhibition Bispo do Rosario, Eu Vim, Aparição, Impregnação e Impacto. Bispo do Rosario, I Came, Apparition, Impregnation, and Impact, held at Itaú Cultural, which also have this catalog as well. So without any more words, I would like to give the stage to Thomas. Please join us.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Good morning to New York from an evening hour in Germany, in Heidelberg. My presentation has to be started by Carla. I will talk about kind of beginnings of the interest in artworks by mentally ill people, and will give an insight into especially two artists of the Prinzhorn collection from Prinzhorn's times and from a younger period. Maybe I can already just start. There were other people, other psychiatrists interested in this field before Prinzhorn took it up. But when Prinzhorn came to Heidelberg in 1919 as an assistant psychiatrist, he decided to build up a big research collection. That was the idea, to introduce a kind of museum for pathological art in Heidelberg. He started to look around for artworks for this museum. And between 1919 and 1921, he amassed about 5,000 artworks from mainly the German-speaking countries, mainly works on paper, but also some paintings, some sculptures, and some textile works. When you put on the first slide, you can see the museum, how it looks today. It's housed in an old lecture building on the old hospital ground. Just allows to present about 300 artworks by patients, compared to the collection all in all, which all in all encompasses about 40,000 works. It's just a small amount. Hans Prinzhorn was an art historian and a psychiatrist. He wrote dissertations in both fields and then came to Heidelberg. He seemed to be the best expert for building up this collection. Could we have the next slide, please? But part of his contract was to write a book about it, a study, which was published only after he left in 1922. It's a book with 336 pages, which touches a lot of questions we are still interested in nowadays. But the main thing was that it's illustrated, richly as illustrated, with 187 illustrations. Some of them are color illustrations, and even the frontispiece, which you can see here, is a color illustration, which makes clear that Prinzhorn's interest was an aesthetic one. And the achievement of the book is mainly to make the whole field for a big audience visible. Even experts, even psychiatrists who were interested in that field didn't have the chance to see more than a dozen or 2 dozens of bad black and white photographs in special journals. Prinzhorn, with one book, certainly opened the eyes for the audience for this kind of art. And he was very successful, especially with art lovers and artists, not so much with psychiatrists, although in a lot of libraries of psychiatrists are volumes of this book, like in the bookshelves of Javier's father, as I know, it was also present. Can we have the next slide, please? To make visible what kind of conditions the patients suffered from in that period, not that much different from the conditions Bispo de Rosario lived under. You can see here some photographs of a North Hessian asylum between 1905 and 1914, and you can see that these people were somehow forced to be photographed. You can see it on the lower photograph. Forced to be photographed for their medical files, so like prisoners to be found again. When they were too agitated, they were put into permanent baths, for example. That was a method of fixating people. If you stayed agitated, there was a lid put on the bath, and the people had to stay in the bath as long as they were agitated. And on the right-hand side, you can hear probably somebody who is hearing voices. Can we have the next slide, please? Prinzhorn was a child of his time. A friend of mine called the book once a late expressionist manifesto. Prinzhorn was mainly interested in expressiveness and expression, and he also started to talk about an own expressive theory of art. You can see the kind of ramifications of this idea, and you can see that he was mainly interested in urges and in tendencies and in needs. So he was much influenced by psychoanalysis as well in his idea of art, but he was only looking at the inside of the artist. The mental ill patients were important for him because for him they seemed to be under ideal conditions. They seemed to be completely autistic and confined and completely secluded from society, and therefore just doing something out of themselves. That at least was his idea. He thought that all these artworks were just products of the unconsciousness, that they were not guarded by consciousness and not guarded by tradition, but just came out of the inner of the patients. And so they were more authentic for him than a lot of other artworks of contemporary artists. In fact, he thought contemporary artists thought too much and they were too much tied up in tradition. And therefore, for building up or for looking for a new start for art after the First World War, he recommended artworks by mentally ill patients. For us, it's astonishing that the need to communicate is so much on the lower side, and Prinzhorn wasn't very much interested in the effect of communication of these artworks. And nowadays, we see that most of these artworks were meant to communicate, even if they were very cryptic. We have a lot of documentation that these patients wanted to be heard, that they wanted to be read, that they wanted to be seen with their works. And some of them even put their works into the pockets of the doctors to urge them to see their works. Next slide, please. Most of the works Prinzhorn shows are somehow expressive in their qualities. Also Franz Karl Bühler, from whom we saw the frontispieces as well. He's the most loved artist by Prinzhorn, or one of the few sculptors, Karl Genzel, who was called Brendel by him. He's also looks like an expressionist artist. Next slide, please. But the most famous and the most influential from Prinzhorn's book was August Natterer, who was an engineer and machine builder who had worked for the Würzburg University. He had had a kind of primary experience like Bispo de Rosario in 1907. He, on the 1st of April at 12 o'clock in Stuttgart, he saw on the sky about 10,000 pictures moving or merging into each other within half an hour. And he thought it was a part of the last judgment revealed just to him, not to Jesus. So in a way, he was put into the position of Jesus. That was too much for him. He tried to kill himself because of this impact. And he was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in the southern part of Germany in 1908. There, after some years, he started to reconstruct some of the images he had seen in the sky. And he did that with the means of a technical draftsman that he was. You can see the next slide, please. You can see one of the few machines which survived by him. This is an underwater siren, which August Natterer constructed. Two of these sirens survive nowadays. And he, next slide please, as a technical draftsman, tried to reconstruct what he saw. And there is an ample report by him, what he saw and how he interpreted what he saw. For Prinzhorn, anyway, this was not enough to really understand this work. He said that the different limbs we can see here are perfectly drawn, but they do not build a whole organism. And he couldn't understand this work neither aesthetically nor logically. It sends, he says, it sends the onlooker into a maze without exit. But he was nevertheless fascinated, and to understand why, maybe you can show the next slide, it is important to say that Surrealism was just dawning at that period. When Prinzhorn came to Heidelberg in 1919, it was just a literary movement, and there was a big discussion if it was possible to put Surrealism into visual arts. Max Ernst was one of the first to do that, and he was the one who took Prinzhorn's book to New York in 1922, where it became very popular with Surrealists. Especially he profited from it, as you can see in this recombination of a figure, which he used, for example, for this Oedipus in 1931. So Prinzhorn's book became a kind of Bible for the Surrealists and for a lot of other artists like Paul Klee or Oskar Schlemmer and so on, and later also to Georg Baselitz, Arnulf Reiner and other artists. But I wanted to switch to a contemporary artist. Can we have the next slide, please? The conditions are completely different nowadays. Most of the patients in Germany do not stay for long in a psychiatric hospital. They are on medication and they can live a normal life. If they have still problems, psychic problems, they are cared for in special homes or with special services. And there are some possibilities even to be creative in an artistic way. There are studios, supported studios like this one here in Vienna, which became quite prominent in the last years. There is art therapy as well. And a lot of former patients become artists, become outsider artists through this help of art assistants, as we call them now, people who help them to explore their creativity and even to get a step into the market and show their work in the public. But some of these artists still work on their own, and often they are the most interesting. Can we have the next slide, please? For example, Harald Bender, who later called himself Adelheid von Bender or Marquis von Kensington. His work, or part of his work, his early work, came to the Heidelberg Prinzhorn collection in 1999, when he had static problems in his small flat where he had worked since 1977 on a big task. Harald Bender first became an electrician, but he somehow didn't work enough, he said, and so he lost his job. Then he started to study at the Berlin Academy of Arts. And again, he said he was not productive enough. And so he lost his place on this academy. And then he also lost his flat. So he made a big journey to Great Britain to find out something about his ancestry, because he thought he was British somehow, and came back with this strange second and third names for himself, because he thought he was somehow a Marquis of Kensington. But his big art project, which started when he came back in 1977 and had some time in a psychiatric hospital, was to find out about a special connection. You could say he was also looking for what's behind reality. He sometimes defined it as finding the connection between the atom, for him light energy, and the ovulation. He was somehow looking for the offspring of mankind, and he was especially looking for the offspring of himself. He was not really sure which kind of gender he was. He always dressed in a kind of not decisive way, male or female. He always covered his face with a big surface of Nivea cream. And he was permanently talking in a kind of pseudo-scientific language. It was difficult to follow him, but he was trying to explain that he engaged all kinds of disciplines, academic disciplines, for his research. When I was there once, I said, "Oh, it's a fantastic work. We have to show that in an exhibition." And he said, "What exhibition? It's not art. These are just proofs." And he wanted to prove something about this connection I mentioned, and thought that these proofs, that these academic works should be given to a court place in Berlin. That was the original idea. That was where all the things should have ended up. He developed, as you can see here, a system of symbols, and he included more and more symbols of different academic disciplines as well. Nearly every piece of paper in his reality became part of this big project. Also some official writings, especially those writings which he was not really happy about, are writings by his custodian, for example, or writings by the government. And he somehow, in his way, tried to deal with them in mixing them up into his personal project. Can we have the next slide, please? Most of these works are on Dyna 4, but some of them are bigger, like these ones. The next slide, please. You can see a view into our exhibition space where we exhibit these 180 files, which are all, every one of them is filled with, let's say, about 200 drawings by him. It's an enormous work. Up to at the end of his life, he filled more than 2,500 of these files with drawings, and he probably was still not at the end of his research. It was a lifelong project, and it was like with Bispo de Rosario, I think, something which replaced a broken social ties. He tried to engage his creativity to somehow get back to a kind of relationship to society, and I think it's something which tells us a lot about the ideas of ordering the world, of finding out about what's behind reality, and what may be of worth and value for us all. Thank you very much for your attention.
There you go. Hi, everyone. I would like first to thank Javier Téllez and the great team of the America Society for their invitation to participate in this symposium, and thank as well the Museu Bispo de Rosario to allow the privilege to see this incredible collection in New York, which is a rare opportunity. So I'm going to start. My presentation today explores the concomitance of a psychiatric and artistic avant-garde at the Hospital of Saint-Alban in France. This topic has expanded into a 4-venue exhibition that just closed at the Museu Reina Sofia in Madrid and will be presented next April at the American Folk Art Museum in New York under the curatorship of Joanna Masso and Téllez Guerra, which I joined with my colleague Edouard Diogardi. The exhibition will be titled Curing the Institutions, the Legacy of François Tosquelles. The Psychiatric Hospital of Saint-Alban is situated at the crossroad of the invention of both institutional psychotherapy and art brut. Both are off-centered responses and critiques of the institutions in regards to mental institutions, as they are symptomatic of the illnesses of larger social and political structures, and the broken art institution of the Western civilization. The first one refers to the Catalan psychiatrist François Tosquelles, which life dates are 1912 to 1994. He was a political militant and refugee of the Spanish Civil War who arrived at the Saint-Alban Psychiatric Hospital in 1940 during the German occupation in World War II, where he was invited to take the direction. The village of Saint-Alban is strategically isolated, located at 4,000 feet above the sea level in southern France. Under Tosquelles' leadership, the site quickly became a strategic site for the resistance, as well as a refuge for political dissidents and intellectuals associated with the artistic avant-garde, fleeing Paris and other large cities. In this harsh historical context, Tosquelles developed the practice of institutional psychotherapy with the motto that to cure patients, one must first cure the institution of mental illness and its staff. In Saint-Alban, Tosquelles experimented with innovative psychiatric practices intended to bring patients out of their isolation and precipitate new social connections. No more straitjackets, and patients are no longer locked in cells. It was conceived as a non-hierarchical structure between doctors, patients, nurses, and other people working on the site of the hospital, like the gardeners, nuns, and cooks. It provides workshops, occupational therapy, an internal newspaper, a cinema, self-managed meetings between patients, a club, and self-sufficient practices that involved patients in the labor of maintaining the hospital itself, like construction project. During the severe rationing of World War II, the hospital engaged in exchanges with the surrounding communities in order to overcome the shortage of supplies. To survive, everyone was mobilized. Patients were involved in gardening and agricultural works to help farmers. Women were sewing, spinning, and knitting for the villagers. Naturally, the political dissidents who stayed on the site of the hospital melted with the hospital community and met artist patients active there or saw their artworks. I will name a few, like Aimé Jaillet, Marguerite Sirvin, Clément Fraisse, Benjamin Arneval, and Auguste Forestier. The sculpture of Forestier is the most celebrated artist of all of Saint-Alban, triggered the invention of art brut developed by French artist Jean Dubuffet. I'll expand on this artistic encounter. So poet Paul Éluard, who was hiding at Saint-Alban in 1943-44, brought back sculptures of Auguste Forestier in Paris. In the spring of 1944, Jean Dubuffet saw Forestier's sculpture, Le Roi Fou, at Éluard's residence, which proved to be a revelation and game-changing experience. Other Parisians like Picasso, Dora Maar, Raymond Queneau, and Dr. Ferrier, Antonin's art doctor, had Forestier's work too, which they likely obtained from people who lived and worked at Saint-Alban, among them Dr. Bonafé, Zara Voliami, and Pierre Matarazzo. In short, Forestier became a highly praised artist. As World War II came to an end, Dubuffet accompanied writer Jean Paulhan and Le Corbusier in a trip to Switzerland in July 1945, where began his first methodical exploration trip in psychiatric hospitals and prisons, during which he gathered a first group of documents that formed the basis of his art brut collection. The art brut expression was born during that trip. In September 1945, Dubuffet traveled to Saint-Alban, where he hoped to meet Forestier and acquired his works. Unsuccessfully, it didn't happen. During that same trip, he stopped at the nearby Rodez psychiatric hospital, where he met Antonin Artaud for the first time. In December 1948, nonetheless, delighted beyond belief, Dubuffet finally received in Paris his first Forestier sculptures from Saint-Alban. Dubuffet's initiative around Art Brut built on the legacy of Hans Prinzhorn. And as we know, the book had a major impact on European artists, particularly the surrealists and artists such as Paul Klee, who was a big influence for Dubuffet. Dubuffet recognized that, and I quote him, the pictures in this book struck me very strongly when I was young. They showed me the way and were a liberating influence. End of quote. Transposed to Dubuffet's post-war adventure, Art Brut is presented, and I quote him again, works produced by people uncontaminated by artistic culture. In Anti-Cultural Position, a lecture he delivered at the Arts Club of Chicago in 1951, he said that, quote, aim for an art which would be in immediate connection with daily life. Provoking artistic hierarchy, he also wrote, quote, it doesn't bother me that the works created are limited in some cases to sketchy and unsophisticated small doodles, traced on a wall with the tip of a knife. These often seem to reveal to me a much more precious meaning than most large pretentious paintings. I find that things are more moving when they arise at an early stage of their formation. End of quote. So to synthesize, Art Brut was conceived as a critical concept, not a movement nor a category, invented by Dubuffet to explore and challenge the notion of art itself. Art Brut was an evolving concept that transformed over time based on the artists gradually included in his master collection, which developed over the course of 25 years. Artistic criteria changed over time as the artistic fringes did, and the gradual inclusion of underrepresented groups excluded from canonical art history on the basis of race and gender. Dubuffet also dismissed the idea of an aesthetique de la folie and of a relation between art and diagnosis of psychiatric illness. He obliterated the field of pathology by posing madness as a social problem. Art Brut would then remain in the exclusive field of the artistic. The personalized introduction for each creator in his publication series proved that Dubuffet was not interested in the socially marginalized and rebellious individual per se, but rather in the criteria that clearly distinguish each creator. Further, imprisonment or internment alone were not as well valid criteria for Art Brut, according to Dubuffet. Why then conduct extensive searches of artworks in mental institutions? Dubuffet justified this saying, and I will quote him, it is natural that people deprived of occupation and pleasure are more inclined than others to make for themselves feast of their own, used by taking the root of an artistic activity. Quote again, he said, in reality, these people are different from common people. They take an opposing view of conventional and accepted practices. They take a counterpoint to cultural art and refuse deeply. Psychiatric hospitals are filled with refuseurs, of people who oppose and challenge us. End of quote. Dubuffet considered that this rebellious driven force propelled Art Brut artists much further in an unrestricted, if not uninhibited manner in their quest compared to their professional counterpart. Auguste Forestier, in his art, soon became emblematic of the Art Brut concept developed by Dubuffet. Forestier created during his 44 years of involuntary internment at Saint-Alban Hospital until his death in 1958. His production was not rooted in any therapeutic framework, but Tosquelles' institutional psychotherapy evidently nurtured a favorable environment for its expression. Video footage suggests that, like other patients there, he was involved on all levels of the hospital life. Forestier's artistic activity somehow developed in seclusion, which reminds me of Bill Traylor's context that combines public visibility and a certain invisibility. He set up his studio in the corridor leading to the women's quarters near the inner courtyard and the back of the kitchen, an arrangement that enabled him to maximize his supply of materials. One recalled that, and I quote, "He was left alone, above all, he had a place. He was protected by the staff, which was very careful to ensure that he had his tools." End of quote. Paul Éluard watched him wander around. Quote, "He looks for material, plunging his arms into the dustbins, drawing out from the mass of garbage a few bits of detritus, wood, string, metal, butcher's bones. Results are toys, statues, sculptures. He reinvents a new world from everything that has been rejected by the one we live in. He has pieced together a work band along the wall upon which his tools are placed. Most of them he made himself, knives, a chisel, bent nails. It is there that he spends most of his time producing the same motifs over and over: wings, arms, hands, coxcombs, purely decorative shapes. Then he assembles them according to his imagination," end quote. Éluard reflected on the nature of Forestier's interaction in the form of gifts, trade, and sale. Quote, he said, "I have seen many of these creations given to doctors, nurses, children of the staff. Miniature furniture, hybrid animals, half wolf, half fish creatures with birds' wings, monsters inspired by the beast of Gévaudan, soldiers in uniform." Dr. Jean Horry also described that from time to time, Forestier settles down near the big gate of the hospital on the path taken by the peasants and traders on their way to market. He exchanges his creations for food, tobacco, chocolate, and a little money. He also gives some away, but only to children. He was very happy and flattered to know that some of his works will be exhibited in Paris. End of quotes. Dubuffet's repeated request to obtain Forestier's works made the painter's obsession all too obvious. It would take him 3 years of negotiations with the hospital staff to succeed. In March 1948, it is finally reported that Téllez was entirely in favor of the sale of Forestier's works, but had suggested that the profits be distributed equally between the artist and the Patients Club in order to make small purchases, like from printing equipments, artistic supplies. One mentioned that they bought Forestier's, quote, "a very good knife and a small saw, which he asked for." It was once suggested to Dubuffet to send very specific materials like badges and amulets that Forestier liked to attach to his hat. So I'm just going to conclude by highlighting a few points based on our observations of Forestier and Bispo's works and some correspondences and the role of these artists in their own mediation. First, this is a significant difference in context of hospitalization and artistic personalities, which trigger the importance from a research standpoint of avoiding and imposing generalist reading grids when considering the art created by individuals with a mental illness, which would keep obliterating the agency of the artist patient. From the viewpoint of Alfred Gell's art and agency, Forestier was aware of the fascination generated by his work, the action it stimulated, and the social relations they made possible. Beyond being an object of fascination in authoritative avant-garde discourses, Forestier's art had a productive impact in the formation of both the psychiatric and artistic discourse. While watching Flavia Scorpa's documentary on Bispo with Walter Firmo, I better situated Bispo's choice of materials. For a group of works, he uses serial objects in a sense that differs from ready-made. And for other group, he used threads, which begs the question of where he learned to sew. Some works are movable displays and banners, while others are pieces of clothing that he wears. But in most cases, they seem to be activated in cycles of performances. To bounce back on the exhibition title of the American Society exhibition, All Existing Materials on Earth, I would like to better understand if Bispo, like Auguste Forestier, was rather highly selective in his materials and creative methods in order to serve his artistic project at best. In addition, looking at Bispo and Forestier's practices from the art historical perspective of the artist studio, and I have fresh in mind MoMA's recent exhibition on Matisse, it informs our understanding of their respective art-making process versus the final mediated products. Aligned with that idea, I'll add a final point triggered by a recent remark from our colleague Ricardo Resende with us today, regarding the fact that Bispo never sold or gave his works. He exceptionally gifted 2 works to Rosangela Maria, presented as his muse, a psychologist who took care of him in the 80s. Nelly Guttmacher, the coordinator of the art workshops of La Colonia in 1986-87, and also an artist, once proposed an exchange of works, to which Bispo answered, "No, I can't do it. If I do that, I will destroy the universe." So it reaffirmed Bispo's larger project to offer God a representation of the world for the day of his passing into the beyond. It talks to the relevance of imagining all these works interacting together in an experience of the totality, all these works being extremely tied to each other, like the beads of a rosary, which etymology bounce back on the artist's last names, Rosario. Thank you.
Well, hello, good morning. Thank you for the audience, and I'd like to thank to American Society and Aimé Iglesias looking for this invitation to be part of this symposium, Bispo do Rosario, Our Existing Materials on Earth, and of course, for organizing this exhibition view at American Society in New York, and Javier Téllez for coordinating this meeting. Thanks to the staff for organizing this encounter from American Society. And thank you, Valérie and Thomas, for the presentation before me. Both beautiful and touching. Valérie, thank you very much. In addressing you, I hope to present Bispo do Rosario as one of Brazil's foremost artists. I would say he is a phenomenon, or as art critic and curator Paulo Reckenhoff states, a ghost of modern art, to which I might add contemporary art too. After 8 years as the head curator of the collection housed at Colônia Juliano Moreira, in the far reaches of Rio de Janeiro, I do not have any definitive key to unlock the meanings of what Bispo did, unexplainable by unknown art standards. What I can offer you are the consequences of his emergence, the impact and deep roots in culture of after Bispo Rosario's non-aesthetics legacy. I can start with the first, the second slide, please. Yeah, Bispo, Rio de Janeiro, 22nd of December, 1938, midnight. Arthur Bispo do Rosario had a vision in which 7 angels announced his mission. He left his family's home where he worked and lived in the neighborhood of Botafogo and made his way to Candelaria Church in downtown Rio de Janeiro. For 2 days and 2 nights, he wandered through various places in the city until he presented himself at the São José Monastery. as the one who came to judge the living and the dead. Before the stunned congregation, he revealed himself to be Jesus Christ. It was Christmas Eve, and the police were immediately called to the scene, and Bispo was taken to the National Insane Asylum. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. In January 5, in 1939, he was transferred to Colônia Juliano Moreira, the final destination of chronic patients and all blacks, destitute, and all those scorned by society. I came, Bispo do Rosario embroidering into one of his garments, showing a photograph during his first stint at Colônia Juliano Moreira. We saw on the beginning of this seminar, the first image of Bispo is his entrance, I don't know how to say, document of the Colônia Juliano Moreira. He was wearing this garment. He already sported one of these embroidery garments, no? Later. I came was followed by the recording of the date, the time, marking the starting point of his pilgrimage, probably embroidery later, when he began to tell his story through his work. After this announcement, Bispo laid down the initial milestone of his presence in the world, the Blessed Virgin and Saint Joseph's son, Christ himself, who one day simply showed up and was returning to earth to judge the living and the dead. As he broke through the space-time continuum, Bispo fractured history, undoing the threads and being past, present, and future, bind past, present, and future. Then using these very threads to set down steps until the end of the world. The action was also made material by his operation of revealing the asylum's uniforms, so that by using the same blue thread, he could produce his work and present himself before God during the last judgment. He refused Eurocentric models of art and time structuring. He said he did not make art from his cell in Block 11 in the Ulysses Viana wing, one of the most terrible places at Colônia Juliano Moreira. He worked for decades obstinately towards his appointment with God, and so he set out to fulfill his mission to organize the chaos of the world. A black youth coming from the Northeast, born on the 5th of October of 1909 in the city of Japaratuba, in the heartland of Sergipe, he retold the story of the world and of daily life through the objects he created, collected, received, traded, and organized. He curated over 1,000 pieces kept with him, a set of cells, no? Gradually occupying them. Much debate surrounds the artistic statute of Arthur Bispo de Rosario's work. When seen outside the psychiatry context, his work had an effect on the contemporary production of art in Brazil and willingly posed questions to the art establishment and its history. In an interview in the movie O Prisioneiro da Passagem from 1982, Hugo Denizar asked Bispo if he sleeps. He answers, and I quote, "Little, very little, because I go to lie down and keep hearing the voices. Did you get this done? Did you get it done already? What about other thing? That other thing. Tomorrow I want you to do this thing, then that thing. And that's how I spent the night, you know?" To Sergipe-born Arthur Bispo Rosario, day and night seemed to be nothing but voids, which allowed the hiding voice to react him. As far as we know, the artist hardly slept, working hard and around the clock. Bispo's work, the fruit of his tireless labor, a mission ordained by those voices, cannot be purely and simple assimilated by culture's usual tools or Eurocentric art history. There is no answer, which only makes it all greater and more revealing. His work was his own transformative need, which the artist himself defined as a vital form of expression. Bispo aimed to organize the world's chaos. He wanted to apprehend and assemble names and things he heard and saw in tables, all that humanity had created upon the earth. Unimaginable and one might say contradictory in relation to the mission the artist took upon himself. To quote Dr. Bispo de Rosario, nothing is void. In the state I represent, I have the representation of those flags, countries. It is all written down. I have representations of beauty pageant queens. I have representations of what is fleet. I have representation of things that exist in them and nothing more. We can see the second slide, please. Arthur Bispo de Rosario was an insurgent artist who did not see himself as an artist nor understand himself to be making art. The work, then, would be a situation he lived through, and his imagined and experienced truth, a shattering of the reality of life as it is lived. When his work emerged, it did not fit into anything in recorded art history, but seemed to insert itself into everything modernity and contemporaneity had created. Actually, one could say it precedes everything. Bispo, however, creates uncertainties about himself as he conceived his works, in part a large catalogue of names and things, the expression of a living memory. He created questions that are posed when we face his non-art that, however, consists a single successful work of art because it carries something magic within itself. A puzzle of 1,000 pieces, beautiful, although his work bears much of the contemporary society deemed as not beautiful. They are remits that acquire an immaterial preciousness and that now are catalogued in different ways and are aesthetically displayed as skeletal bodies withered by time until nothing remains but a bony sculpture. All those things are very poetic. The ephemerity of the things Bispo did. The next slide, please. Also, the next, please. He built this cosmology with the materials within his reach, or what he could better with the other patients, braiding the work with the aesthetic characterized by the poorness of the worn, tailored, and torn materials. We are faced with an unique individuality, a set of things that meanings over which prevails the color blue, from the fabrics and threads that aged over time. Therefore, his work is marked by the certainty that materials are ephemeral. Bispo's work lies in the gesture of creating these small objects and pieces removed from the standard places within the colonia, the country, and city homes, taking them to display windows that form a large and methodically organized panel. Havaiana flip-flops, conga sneakers, rubber boots, women's purse, plastic combs, a huge list of things. It is the portrait of a man who creates and organizes all things, including the tools he uses toward the survival of his own history. The history of a child born in the Sergipe heartland, a young sailor wandering through the world, the boxer and the streetcar mechanic who came to be a mental health patient trapped in asylum. With an assumed element to it, Bispo's work is poor when it comes to materials, but rich in its many meanings as it expresses human condition and moving through the world, his imaginary home. To quote him, so then if I could do nothing, I wouldn't do any of these. Now, if I receive orders and I am forced to do it. Now I received orders and I am forced to do it. What makes Bispo work art is this hoarding and witnessing of singings in his time and his world, undertaking his semi-socializing universe. These works express the artist's utopia, the illusional desire to reorganize the world's dystopia in chaos, such as we know them. To quote him once again, "This is my mission, to accomplish this thing I have. So in the coming days, I can represent my existence on earth. It is the meaning of my life. I mean, today I have this, which grants me praise and nothing else. And in my representation, I will receive many gifts from the world. And I want to speak, but I am forced to remain silent because this flag," and he means the Brazilian flag here, "the most beautiful of all, it is what covers me and makes me able to organize things." Bispo work also deals with the history of the confinement of a huge number of people. It is about the scientific and medical experiments and the artistic initiatives meant to ease the upheaval and pain brought on by procedures that whip the subject clean out of society, leading individuals to the anonymity of psychiatric institutions, where they become just undifferentiated heads and bodies. Hence, there was a total loss of identity, which the artist subverted as he created his own garments and other pieces in which he recorded and kept his memory. There is no doubt life takes too much from us, but it takes much more from some. These are more than mental health, humans, and artists. Arthur Bispo de Rosario feverishly and revealed. He created, waved, and embroidered, giving shape to humanity. Art does not come from nature. It is a human invention, using the nature around us. It is all that comes from what is human and from the speech of madness, as Bispo showed us. His work then, for its aesthetic purity, also fitted with psychoanalytic visual and poetic meanings, helps us to understand that which is understandable. That was the artist's grounding force and what kept him detained during his stint on Earth. And he kept it safe by perceiving that the repercussion of his legacy, his work, won't come in the future, a visionary. Bispo do Rosario non-aesthetics, which is not slicky, but true, made up of true, causes and still causes much away. In his book, Saving Beauty, South Korean philosopher Byung-Chul Han, a best-selling author of contemporary philosophy, tells us that we live in a society marked by slickness. Everything is slick nowadays. From cell phone screens and the digital image and sad screens to Brazilian waxing and the works of the most celebrated contemporary artists such as Jeff Koons, who creates slick, perfect, rounded, and shiny works. Now, Byung-Chul Han tells us in the society of positivity that which is beautiful is also slick. There is no room for negativity, or in other words, there can be no hug spots. And furthermore, all textures in the world must be perfectly smooth. In this unreal world, no flaws are allowed. That which is slick does not break. It also offers no resistance. It only demands likes, and in the philosopher's words, eliminates opposing forces, and all negativity is set aside. Bispo's work stands against this contemporary way of life. It incorporates the texture of time, the bodily odors, the grim of living, the imperfections of existence to the frailty and the flows of his art. The work won't allow itself to be reproduced for the slickness of the contemporary world. What should we call this body of work made up of a single piece of which around 1,000 listed paintings currently kept at Bispo do Rosario Contemporary Art Museum? What should we call this body of work made up of single piece which around 1,000 listed paintings currently kept at the Bispo do Rosario Art Museum? I'm asking. Just expected, we are left with no certain answer. And I will not go out on a limb to make any definitive statement. It is up to me. We will leave those questions open. We can see the next slides, please. The Miss flags, yes. Let's go to the other. Views from the pavilion Ulisses Viana, where Bispo lived and made his work. For the last one, views from his cell. That's it, my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Valérie, for these thoughtful presentations. My head is now spinning between Heidelberg, Prinzhorn, 1920s, also, of course, Sinal Band and, the buffet and, all these different kind of geographies, ending with, of course, Ulisses Viana and the Colonia Julia Moreira in Rio de Janeiro. Before we jump into Q&A, I hope there's some questions already, but I hope that there are more. I would like to start the conversation with a question for each of our brilliant panelists. I want to show this jewel that I have here. This did not belong to my father, but this is the Prinzhorn book, Artistry of the Mentally Ill, first German edition, the first edition. So that's probably what Dubuffet have at some point in his hands, as well as the other, of course, key text as well, which is, the Morgenthaler text was published the year before on As of Berkeley, which Dubuffet published also as his second Cahiers de la Brute, which connects, of course, with the presentation of Valérie. I mean, my first question to Thomas is, that more than 100 years have passed. You celebrated with this amazing jubilee, which I was honored to be part of it, with this book, as I showed before, was part of this celebration. But most of the 100 years have passed. And of course, as you mentioned, the whole situation of the early 20th century doesn't resemble at all what we live today in terms of the mental health care. I mean, there was, of course, the pharmaceutical revolution in 1950s, and then, the whole transformation, social transformation of the mental institutions. So my question basically is what it means today, what the Prinzhorn means today, or what it means today actually to study the art produced by people that are diagnosed or people that are living with mental illness, as opposed to it was, in the 1920s. So basically, there's anything left of Prinzhorn today that can be of any use to understand the production of artists today that live with mental illness?
Well, first of all, unfortunately, the stigma of being mentally ill has not much changed, and we are still fighting against stigmatization of mental illness and people with mental illness. And for that, it's important to show the conditions under which these artworks were produced and to historicize the conditions and the diagnosis as well. The people working in the Prinzhorn collection are cultural historians who view psychiatric care and diagnosis under a strict historical viewpoint. And I think it's relevant to show that things have changed, and that one thing hardly has changed. We do not know enough about mental illness yet, and we still are not at the point where we accept it as just part of the human condition and something which is normal for a human being as well. From Prinzhorn, we can learn that it's important to look at the aesthetics of these works and not just at the diagnostic value, which is to be minimized anyway. I think it's not really possible to use these artworks as diagnostic tools. For us, it's still very relevant that he published these things and made them visible. And the book is still a book for a lot of people to reveal the miracles of creativity by people without any academic education. It shows also that on the contrary, none of these works are completely out of their time. For Prinzhorn, he thought that these works were somehow authentic and somehow without any connections or ties to their time. But of course, we can see that, and we can being amazed about why Prinzhorn and his contemporaries didn't see that these people also reacted to the image culture in which they grew up. They somehow tried to make sense of the world and of the images they were surrounded by with their own means. And I think it's relevant to see that these artworks are part of the art history of the 20th century, and that it's important to show that it's not just high art which constitutes the culture, the visual culture of the 20th century, but also these works at the fringes of their time.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, because it ties with actually something that I was thinking in terms of Dubuffet today as well. I mean, how to, and this will be, of course, a question to Valérie, how could we actually locate these notions that Dubuffet have on the concept of art boot, as especially in terms of authenticity or legitimacy of what art boot means today, you know. If we think about, you know, this particular time now, which is characterized by the flux of information, where everyone have access pretty much to everything, or at least in a superficial way. I mean, what it, you know, even also the notion of inclusion, you know, in the art by art institutions, or even by the art market, you know, have been, of course, expanded more than ever in the history of Western civilization. So, I mean, I wonder what is that, all this concept of legitimacy or authenticity of the art, of the art boot artists, you know, means today, where, you know, where everyone can actually, you know, see the complete works of Adolf Berkeley by just Googling, you know, Bern and getting access. Well, not the complete works, but, you know, can get full information. So often when I see so-called outsider artists, I'm usually surprised that they actually know all their peers in the field, because they exhibit with them, and so it's kind of like it became kind of almost like a style in a way that can be actually kind of made to activate, you know, by artists copying each other and so on. So, which is something completely new, which is not what happened to people like Adolf Berkeley, et cetera, et cetera. So the question is basically what it means to be a art boot artist today, you know.
Well, this is a big question that went through different detours, but I just want to come back quickly on what Thomas said about reevaluating the impact that these artists, starting from, I mean, the canonical art boot artists, you know, included in Dubuffet's collection and also in Prinzhorn's book, but from the perspective of the makers, from the perspective of the impact they had in the production of meaning in the cultural world, in the artistic discourse, in the psychiatric discourse. And I think that I think one part of the future of the field, of these fields, and is to get access to further documentations, archives that will allow us, I think, to create parallels or put in perspective what the artists have made in the specific context that created them too. So I think it's not, I mean, I think I feel like many people will feel like the art brut concept is an obsolete concept because we are in a different moment of time and history. I think referring to the notion of art brut is, as Dubuffet stated, a way of thinking art and challenging the notion of art itself. It was part of the project that was an evolving collection with the meaning of creating these conversations also with what is included, what is excluded, and why, on which basis. And what is important when I'm looking at the project of Dubuffet, these initiatives that overlap like 25 years, is that this is also that put in perspective the fact that some artists that he looked at the beginning were different from the artists that he looked at the end of his project. When I mean, in recent exhibitions I've seen worldwide that curators are developing on, with art brut material, is like you look at different mediums of expression that have been left out from these first investigations and first collections, like some works of textile, photography, even environments, performances, in a way that you look at these works from various angles and in the fullest of their expression. So I think it's one part of looking at the future of the field, if there's a field, but at least there are still conversations and there are still exclusion. I think many of these works are, the canonical artists that are more well-known, like Wolfli and Alois Gorbaz, are included in large encyclopedic museums collection more and more. It doesn't mean that forever, these artists who suffered from exclusions and marginalizations are not still existent today in the world we are living in. And voila, I think it's a way of looking all the time and be careful about what's happening outside of what is forming the art historical canon and references, because they are still all the time going to be people escaping the norms and living on the fringes of what the dominant official system is doing.
Mm-hmm. That's good. So for Ricardo, it's a kind of a more, of course, a specific question on Bispo, is that, the people often, surprised by, by seeing the gigantic, Uber of Arthur Bispo and Rosario, which a real kind of Gesamtkunstwerk, as a contemporary Gesamtkunstwerk, as Harald Seaman would have been described if you had known Bispo and Rosario's work, composed of more than, close to 1,000 objects produced for several decades of intensive labor in a mental institution. So the main question is how did Bispo actually was able to gain this privilege, in the notion of that Erwin Goffman called it, the privilege of the inmate, in the institution, to be able to develop this amazing work that was also not considered, our work in the same sense that that Adolf Wolfli, was considered by Morgenthaler, in the sense they didn't have any kind of like huge support only until the years before his death by Federico Moraes and the exhibition. So the question is how was Bispo able to do this? That's the main question.
I'm trying to understand your question. How Bispo, you can just resume a little bit to your question, because this was so,
how was he able to develop this work in the hospital? I mean, to gain the space to work and to gain the time also to do it, because it's labor intensive, and to actually, preserve the work in that space, and that not being, trashed like many other, especially three-dimensional works have been trashed, in mental institutions. Because if you see actually Prinzhorn's archive, it's mostly composed of flat work that can be stored, and there was for diagnosis and so on, but you don't see a body of work like Bispo in almost in any circumstances, I mean, now you can see something like Bender, for instance, that's a private enterprise.
Well, as I told in my speech, the first image we saw, that document of Bispo Rosario when he came to the hospital the first time, he was using his garment, embroidery. Then that is the first image that we had that Bispo was embroidering, doing what we know today. This work made by 1,000 pieces. What we know, Bispo was a very strong person, not only in force, in energy, but also in personality. And of course, he received attention of the people that work in the asylum, and also the people that he worked for example, the family of the lawyer that protected him when he was fired from Light in Rio. This family, how can I say, they embraced Bispo. And we imagine Bispo at that time was doing his work, doing his pieces, as an artisan, doing things for children. And what we know also, when he was at the asylum, he started, of course, doing his work in his cell. But after that, he was growing for the other cells and for the space in front of the cells. We heard people saying that for us, when he left the hospital, he left with a truck, carrying his works. And of course, he returned and brought again, this truck with his things. Of course, he lost probably a lot of things when he was moving, But as he was a very a strong personality, he was taking not only the attention but also the interest, of course, in what he was doing, and this gave him privilege, of taking all the space, I think in the end of his life, in the 80s, he was occupying all this space that formed by 11 cells, in the space in front of him. We have some images. I don't brought this image here, importantly, to see. But we try to repeat this situation a little, in the American Society exhibition when we were accumulating these objects, he had his mission to work on this, and of course, to have these materials, as Valérie was saying, they came from exchange, exchange for protection, exchange for giving some cigarettes, something like that. I don't know if Bispo has some money. Probably he had some money to buy the newspapers, to buy the magazines. For example, he used to read, And we know we have a film that we saw a patient that was a neighbor of him, in the pavilion, saying, as Bispo work, asking for people to bring pieces of wood, pieces of materials from the colony, the restaurant, for example, he did this kind of exchange, and because of that, because of probably his speech, his presence, he had this privilege of having this big space and maintain with him his work. When he died, there was a group of people that was friend of him, that was visiting him, used to visit in his cell. Immediately when he died, these people came to the cell and brought everything to what we are today, the museum. No, they brought all these materials to the museum, no, to protect. No, and this is what we have there on our storage room on view in the Museu Bispo Rosario. I don't know if you answer your question.
Yes, no, it does, but but still a mystery to me.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
I wish I was them to know the micro, the micro politics, that make possible for him to do this.
Yes. As I told you, as
and the charisma,
as he was a strong person, no?
Yes,
he used to be a boxer, no?
Exactly, yeah.
And he was used at that time to protect other patients. Yes,
by serving
and with these people, probably people had some afraid of him, people respected him, no, and then permitted him to maintain this work, permitted him to work, no.
Because I mean, there's that micro system, but what I think is a paradox is that it was probably easier. I mean, a lot easier to build that kind of body of work for someone at the hospital than that was outside. In a way, this is a paradox of psychiatric institutions and the micro kind of universes there. But I mean, going to that,
we have just to complete this. We have information, for example, from Denise Correa, psychiatrist that worked at that time with Bispo and was a friend of Bispo. She used to go, and she was responsible to take care of this work. Took care of this work at that time, when he died, She used to say us, Bispo liked to show his cell. When people come to visit him, he used to receive people, and he recommended the way people should go to his work. Then this is of course he has this notion, what he was maintaining with him, in the way he organized that things.
Because I know that Tomás have to leave soon because he have actually an opening. Going there, it's a quick question.
Okay.
Very quick. That has been here as, I mean, it's pretty much for everyone, but I think it will be good for you to say that this, thank you for this wonderful panel. Let's say we have talked today about the movement of patient art into the art world, but I wonder if you may speak a bit more about the movement of avant-garde artists into psychiatric hospitals. That is to say, how did the projects of Prinzhorn, Téllez, or other progressive psychiatrists being artistic visitors to asylums in spite of the rather restrictive visitation policies of the same hospitals? Basically, I mean, about how, institutions are connected, to avant-garde artists and how to actually, this sort of practices, kind of challenge the actual psychiatric institution in the early 20th century.
That's a very interesting question, and I think it deserves some research. When I did a show which was called Expressionism and Insanity, which was done in 2003, we did a bit research on that and found that quite a few expressionist artists from 1900 to the 1930s were invited even by directors of psychiatric hospitals to make drawings or paintings of patients and of the inside, probably also to somehow mediate the notion about psychiatry into society. But I do not know much about that. I know that, for example, Erich Heckel or Christian Schad or Heinrich Emsen visited those psychiatric hospitals. And of course, we know of some artists who became mentally ill, like Elfriede Lose-Wächtler, of whom we open a show tonight, that they also made drawings and paintings there. But I do not know much about if Prinzhorn's book somehow paved the way for those connections. But I think it would be really interesting to do research about that, and I'm sure you can find something in that direction.
Okay.
But now, sorry, I have to say goodbye because we opened our show now.
Thank you very much, Tomás. We will follow on.
It was a pleasure. It was very interesting. Thank you very much for the invitation again. And goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. We follow the conversation.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So then, okay, there's another question here from Michael Ashwood to say, also Prinzhorn legacy has been very present within the work with patients at other institutions in Brazil, namely at UKE from the 1920s and Engenho de Adentro from the 1940s, of course, Mr. Silveira. Bispo seems to differ somehow from this context. Could this be due to him being discovered by an art critic, Federico Moraes, with a ready-made body of work? Has this work been appropriated, decontextualized by the art circuit in that sense? That I think is a question for both of you. Yeah.
Well,
I can just say some. I'm sure that Ricardo will be more will be able to answer this question better than me because of the context of Bispo. But I think this is important to put in perspective that the transactional aspect of, for instance, the works of Forestier moving out of the hospital, like increased the knowledge, the development of knowledge around a specific artist, increase the circulation of the objects within a larger art world, and ultimately conduct a broad research on these artists. So I think the market or the transactions of bringing the work out has an impact on how the works are situated in art history right now. I think it's one thing to just to point out, and I think it has to do not only on the exposure of these this outside public within the to the art of the mental patient on site of the hospitals, but certainly like the artists have been the conduits. Artists who were invited to conduct workshops and been the link and the channel to the outside and to larger networks of in the art world. But just wanted to say to add this quickly.
Let me have this is the question of let me see here. Marshall Asber, yes, Javier. This is the question, no?
Yeah, that's the question. The question, Michael. Yes.
Yes. Well, movement. No, can say.
We're losing.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sound is
the first experience we have now with this experience was in the 1920s, no, at Juqueri with Osório César, the psychiatrist that was working at this institution. In the 20s, the second part of the 20s, he started doing this atelier d'art, no? And I think he was a pioneer in Brazil, no? And later, Nisa Silveira in the 40s, 46, no? Started with Mirma Vinier, the atelier at Engenho de Dentro, no? Which is the museum of the inconscient images, no? Today. And also at the same time at Colônia João Moreira, we had also these ateliers, no? At the 40s, in the 40s, no? We have some information about that, no? At this exhibition we made in Itaú Cultural last year, no? Bispo do Rosario, eu vim, aparição, impregnação, impact, no? Bispo do Rosario, I came, apparition, impregnation, impact, no? We tried to do this, to show these artists that went to these institutions, no? To apply art as, I don't know, an experiment of therapy, no? But also we showed in this exhibition how these works of these artists impacted those artists that went to these institutions, no? Like Mirma Vinier, like Palatinic, like Maria Leontina, many of them, no? Djanira, no? Geraldo de Barros. No? Then we tried to show that it was not only one hand, but it was two hands. No? These artists that went to there, they also was influenced and impacted by the work, the artists they met there. At Museu Bispo Rosario nowadays, we have the Atelier Gaia, where we have a group of artists working freely. We don't teach art, but they leave them completely free for develop their work.
Yeah.
And then in this exhibition, of course, at Cultural, we just tried exactly to show how was those artists impacted by these artists, And it's very interesting, as Paulo Reichenhoff told in an article, about his impressions about those artists. He said one of these artists was the father of the concrete art in Brazil. It was very astonishing, what we couldn't see when we go to the work of these artists.
Yeah, and perhaps also, I mean, one thing that's important in terms of the question is that we cannot compare, I mean, the 1920s or the 40s with the 80s, and then, I mean, especially now, the self-understanding of Bispo, as being kind of maybe the most emblematic Afro-descendant artist of Brazil. It's a completely different thing that it was the recognition of artists from the Museu, the Contemporânea. I mean, it's a role that is so iconic now. I mean, that is really completely transcend this perception of art of the mentally ill, and it doesn't necessarily, it's not. I mean, this is again a matter of inclusion. I mean, it's not necessarily, that is decontextualized, from this original context. I mean, it may be, of course, a way to see Bispo also as a kind of like an ready-made artist. Maybe that was the mistake maybe of Federico, at his time, but I think that nowadays, Bispo is quite located, not only in his context, context as a mental patient, but also in his context as in his social context as a Black, poor person. So there is another question here that say, who was the person that decided to collect Bispo and Rosario artworks and start a museum?
Well, let me see. Who is the person that decided to collect Rosario's artworks and start a museum? Was Federico Moraes and with Denise Correia, that woman, that psychiatrist, that worked at the Colônia Juliano Moreira. They decided to take care, to kept the work of Bispo from his cell and took then this work to the museum we have today. And Federico Moraes, we could say he discovered Bispo in 1982 when he organized an exhibition at Museu de Arte Moderna do Rio de Janeiro, and he brought Bispo for the first time to exhibition. It's a collective exhibition, a group exhibition. And he saw Bispo after a film of Hugo Denizar. I told about this film too, made on 1982. And after that, Federico Moraes started visiting Bispo, accompanying the development of the work of Bispo. He met, and when Bispo died, they took this work from the cell and they did the first exhibition held at Parque Lage, on the same year of the dead, and that's it. This exhibition was very, very impacting. I don't know if the word exists in English. A strong impact.
There's a question on the sources of your presentation, Valérie. I mean, I don't know if people saw. I don't know if it was clear on the screen, but this was the exhibition on Tosquelles. There was the Central Reina Sofia until a few months ago, and is coming to the Museum of American Folk, the American Folk Art Museum next year. No, in which months will be that, Valérie?
It's going to be in April, so in a year from now.
So I think in next year you will, we will see all the sources of your deep investigation to Téllez. But I don't know. I mean, there's so much to see because there's so much that's not been public yet. About Téllez.
Téllez is a figure that is not very well known in the U.S. and of course translations of his writings, but also the context of how he brought institutional psychotherapy in as a practice in Saint Alban, but then how it dispersed and he created like if you want like other like. He participated or is interns participate in the creation of similar concept elsewhere in France. It's something that is not very well known for the American public. So the show is going to contextualize that and create a connection with the history of art and mental illness in the US, mainly on the 20th century, and how we can draw like comparisons between what has happened in France in the context of Saint Alban as a case study of reference that is very interesting and rich from the perspective of the artists themselves. I think it's like the goal of our show is to emphasize how this story can be told by the artists who were active in Saint Alban and kind of sometimes demystified their role and their impact. And in the case of Forestier, for instance, when you better understand these very much these interactions that he had within the hospital with the others by having this support from the staff to create his working space, to the way he set up these installations near the entrance of the hospitals to sell the works or exchange his works for other elements like food or money. So this is interesting how when you understand these dynamics better, I think it's like it's where you can, I think, bring a contribution to the history of art and mental illness instead of putting every of these trajectories that are so different and emerge in various historical contexts all together under the same roof. So we value the fact that we want to present this story from the viewpoint of the artist. And so there will be more artworks with the difficulty in the caveat that many of these works are, and I think Bispo Rosario's production teaches that it's like the fragility of these works maybe now make them much more difficult to borrow and to exhibit. They are extremely fragile, made out of materials that are very vulnerable and difficult to replace or to I would say restore in the first place.
Okay, this is great. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so I cannot ask any more questions. But thank you very much for your thoughtful presentations, and I think it's a great kind of a web that we thread today. I mean, it's great that Bispo is teaching and putting things together, including us. So we are part again of all materials on earth. So that Bispo called us to be together today. And we should thank him as well. Thank you to Bispo de Rosario. I will ask people to join to the next panel at 1 p.m. Bispo de Rosario Intersections on Race, Class, and Institution in Modern Brazil. And see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier. Thank you, Valérie.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Valérie.
Carla, I'm here when you're ready.
Hi, Adele.
Hi. Is this Guillermo?
Hi.
Hi, Carla. Hey, Roberto. Tudo
Hi,
bem?
Adele. Hi,
Não.
Roberto.
Hi, Carla. Hi, Adele. Roberto.
Hi.
Hi. So nice to meet you.
Yes. So what I suggest, because we are live, but this is, there is time before it officially starts.
Mhm.
If you could share, I will stop sharing this slide. And if you could share one time each your screens, something that I suggest, and I'm going to send to you via text, is to first, before sharing, put full mode. And then when you have sharing screen, you only share, you have all the different possibilities of screens in your computer, only share the one that has full mode. So that helps a lot because, easier. It's easier. So Adele, would you like to share your screen first?
Sure.
Let me take this down 1 second.
I'm not sure I successfully did what you suggested, Carla. I tried it, but
I will
think
send
I'm
via message also.
okay. Sorry. Okay. So here's my PowerPoint. Y'all seeing it?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Thank y'all. So I'll stop sharing, Carla, or do you need me to do anything else?
Would you mind passing 3 slides? So
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3 like that. And super. It looks
Okay.
amazing.
Super.
Roberto, would you like to please share your screen?
Yes.
Amazing.
Looks good.
Beautiful. Perfect. Great. Then, Tanya, would you like to share your screen?
Yes, of course. 1 minute, please.
I think it's not in full mode.
Well, if I put that in full mode, I can't read my notes that I need to speak.
Guillermo, do
It's
you
was-
have any suggestion?
It's okay.
was-
I mean,
It's okay?
Okay. Yes, maybe you can close what it says on the right slide, título
Yeah,
corpo.
I was trying to do that, but I couldn't find it. Well, I will try to do that in those minutes we have before we start.
Perfect.
but,
Yes.
tá
Not in-
tudo
okay,
bem, Tânia.
sorry.
Você apresentar assim não tem problema nenhum.
Tá
Okay.
bom, eu vou tentar.
Faz da
mesmo
maneira como for melhor para você.
Yes, no
assim.
problem.
So, let me...
And then Silvana. I will ask Silvana to connect 1 second.
So while we wait for Silvana, what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna introduce the panel by reading the bios of everyone first, and then we'll just go one by one. There's not gonna be like a break. So first Adele, and then Roberto, Tanya, and Silvana, just, and then I'm gonna start posing questions. We're gonna be on a grid all together, and I'm gonna pose questions either for individual presenters or for the group, and we start the conversation, okay?
Super.
Will you present short bios, I suppose? Very
Yes.
short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can look us up online.
I know, yeah, I cut a little bit the bios, the names of books, etc. I left only the most recent books and exhibitions.
Roberto, you definitely have the most impressive backdrop of all of us.
I have age, I'm old.
Impressionante.
No, I'm old, very old. You are impressive. You are young and have a lot of things. Yeah.
Obrigada. So Carla, do you want us to hang out here, or are you wanting us to leave and turn off our cameras, or what's our?
Please feel free to, as soon as Silvana connects, we will do the short test, but feel free to mute and turn off your cameras until, we start. I would ask you to connect 5 minutes before 1, please.
Okay.
8 minutes, please. But you don't need to have the camera on.
Okay.
And just,
And is the chat between us, or that's public? We should use our phone if there's any stuff. Okay.
Let's use yes.
Okay.
Tia, you perfect. I
See
will
you.
turn off my until Silvana connects.
Oh,
okay. Yes. See you later.
Yeah. You have a couple of minutes. So
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. See y'all in a bit.
Thank you. Thanks.
Olá.
Oi, Silvana.
Tudo bem?
Tudo bem, e você?
Tudo joinha. Olá, gente.
Hi, thank you for joining.
Yes, I've sent you with transfer.
We don't see her video, Carla, of Silvana.
Silvana, would you mind turning on your video, please? We're just doing a quick test.
It is turned on. I turned on it.
Turn off and on, just to see if it helps.
Leave and okay.
No, turn off the video and then turn. Well.
Hello.
Yes, your video continues to be, it appears to us a gray screen, a gray, everything is gray.
Strange.
Guillermo, do you think this might be related to the size of her presentation?
No, it's got to be an issue with her camera.
It's a camera, okay. Silvana, do you want to try to share your screen? Let's test that.
Yes. Is it sharing?
Yes, it is.
I will present.
Yeah, and then you can put on presenter mode. Yes. Perfect.
So I'm not appearing at all.
No, we can't see your face.
I don't know. I'll see in the computer what's going on. It's a thing with the camera of the computer.
Do you think there is the cable maybe? Like there is maybe the cable of your camera? Or...
No, it's something that has to do with Windows update, something like that. Or I don't know, because it was working the other day. Now there was an update and it's not working anymore. I'll see what's going on with the camera.
You have time to turn off and turn on, but please.
I did it now. I'll see what's going on in the computer, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. But the most important is the presentation. So
perfect.
Yeah, if anything,
we want to see you too.
Yeah.
I'll see. Something's going on with the camera. Even with the camera of the computer is not working.
Is it like a separate camera that goes?
Yeah, it's the light is not on. But you know what? There's a camera in the computer.
That's why I think it might be the cable or something.
No, I'll call my son. Okay, I'll try to do it. Out, and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Perfect. Yes, keep your phone with you in case we need to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Não está aparecendo. Video settings.
That works.
aparecendo?
Thank you. Yes,
It
thank you.
works now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks to my son.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye, thanks. I stay here right now?
You can stay here and mute. You can stay here and mute your.
Okay,
your.
I will mute.
Yes, you can take your camera if you want, and we will connect 12:55. Thank you.
Oi, Roberto. Entendi que todo mundo voltaria. Só voltamos nós.
Isso, Tânia.
Você está bem? Quanto tempo? Parece que tá ótimo. A gente esteve junto na banca da Clarissa Diniz, lembra?
Isso tem um tempo, né?
Bom te ver, estar aqui com você.
Você tá lá com o Basbão, né?
Isso.
É.
Olá, gente.
Oi,
Oi,
Silvana.
Silvana.
Oi, Tânia querida. Oi, Roberto, prazer.
Prazer.
Oi, Silvana, eu sou a Adele.
Oi, Adele, não tinha te visto ainda.
Prazer te
Prazer.
conhecer.
Oi, pessoal. Silvana, agora a gente pode ver o seu vídeo.
Ah, tá, que bom. Posso. Então eu vou tirar o vídeo e eu vou botar mudo, tá?
Tá bom.
Para começar, a gente fica com o vídeo on or out?
Pode ser off.
Off?
Uhum.
Ok.
Quando a gente deve ligar o vídeo, então?
Quando vocês forem apresentar. E
Só
depois
quando
no
for.
Q&A. É.
Tá bom, obrigada.
We're just waiting 1 more minute so more people can connect. We'll start soon. Okay, I'm going to start. Hi, everyone. Hola a todos. Thank you so much for being here today. We are really happy to organize this symposium around the life and work of Bispo do Rosario in the context of Bispo's exhibition at America Society. And I'm really happy to be moderating this panel with friends and colleagues. Before we begin, I want to thank the team at America Society, especially Carla Lucchini, our assistant curator of public programs, who is responsible for the entire organization of the symposium. And also to Guillermo Zubillaga, Hector Lopez, and Luisa Leme, who are working to make sure everything runs smoothly on the streaming side so that more people can attend the symposium. And I also want to thank our interpreters, Patricia Porto and Elizabeth Bocker, who are also making sure that these presentations are accessible to a wider audience. My name is Tia Jojima. I am assistant curator at America Society, and I'm also a PhD candidate in art history at the Graduate Center CUNY, specializing in modern and contemporary Latin American art. I will be moderating this panel on race, class, and institutions in modern Brazil in light of Bispo do Rosario's life and practice. And so this is what will happen. I'm going to present the panelists, I'm going to read their bios, and then they will present their papers, and then we'll start with the Q&A. Please use the question box if you have any questions, and then I'm going to ask the panelists during Q&A. One thing to have in mind is that 2 of the presenters will be giving their papers in Portuguese, and 2 will be giving their papers in English. So please use the interpretation option if you want to listen to their presentations either in English or Portuguese. And you can select this at the bottom. You know that there is a little globe icon at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Okay, so Adele Nelson is an assistant professor in the Department of Art and Art History at the University of Texas at Austin, where she also serves as Associate Director of the Center for Latin American Visual Studies. She's the author of Forming Abstraction, Art and Institutions in Post-War Brazil, and co-organizer of the exhibition Social Fabric, Art and Activism in Contemporary Brazil, which just happened at the Visual Arts Center at UT Austin, and which received the Andy Warhol Foundation grant for visual arts. Her writings has appeared in international magazines and academic journals, and she has contributed to numerous museums publications featuring Brazilian artists and critics. Roberto Conduru is an endowed distinguished professor of art history at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, in Texas. Conduru's research addresses modern and contemporary art and architecture in Brazil with an emphasis on Afro-Brazilian art, as well as constructivist art and architecture. His interests also encompass global art history and current debates in the visual cultures of Latin America and the transatlantic world. Conduru is the author of Pérolas Negras, Primeiros Fios, and Arte Afro-Brasileira, and he's the co-author of Arte no Brasil no século XIX. Conduru has also served as a curator on exhibitions featuring Afro-Brazilian artists, including Quilombo Bispo do Rosario, which happened at the Museu Bispo do Rosario in Rio, and Axé Bahia, The Power of Art in an Afro-Brazilian Metropolis at the Fowler Museum, among other exhibitions. Tânia Rivera is a psychoanalyst, essayist, and also a full professor in the Department of Art at the Federal University in Rio de Janeiro. She works within a multidisciplinary critical reflection on the imbrications between subject and culture, connecting the fields of psychoanalysis, philosophy, and artistic and literary theory and practice. She's the author of O Avesso do Imaginário, Arte Contemporânea e Psicanálise, which won the prestigious Jabuti Prize in the category of psychology and psychoanalysis. Her most recent book is Lugares do Delírio, Arte e Expressão, Loucura e Política, which will be published very soon by Aimé editors. Rivera has also worked as curator of the exhibition Lugares do Delírio at the Rio de Janeiro Art Museum and Sesc Pompeia. Silvana Guerra is a historian whose research is focused on marginalized populations in Brazil, such as artists who live in mental health institutions, sailors, prostitutes, and their visual cultures, such as tattooing. She's the author of Uma História da Tatuagem no Brasil, do século XIX à década de 70, and the co-author with Joel Birman of Aurora, Memórias e Delírios de uma Mulher da Vida. And this book is about the work and life of Aurora Cursino dos Santos, who produced work while she was hospitalized at the Juqueri Psychiatric Hospital. And Guerra is currently writing a book about Arthur Bispo do Rosario, and also a script for a graphic novel about Cais do Valongo, which is the port in Rio de Janeiro, where about 500,000 enslaved Africans disembarked in the 19th century. Okay, so Adele, take it away.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And I'm going to share my screen now. Taya, thank you so much for that kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to be participating in this with you. And Carla, thank you for your organization. In addition to the panelists that I'm speaking with today, and it's an honor to do so, I want to acknowledge the thinking of my doctoral students here at UT, especially Maísa Martins, who wrote her master's thesis on Bispo do Rosario at Universidade Estadual, or Federal, desculpa, de São Paulo, and Nicole Smythe-Johnson, who works on Jamaican artist John Donkley. Okay, so my proposal in my brief remarks to you today is that abstract art, its forms and rhetorics, the social identities created by and about its makers, and the art institutions founded alongside it, defined what an artist was at mid-century and post-World War II in Brazil, and that construction arguably continues to underpin the category of artist today. These are just some of the institutions the Bienal de São Paulo founded in the post-war moment, which I'll speak more about as I go. As other scholars, including my fellow panelist today and Kyra Cabañas, who will speak in the keynote later, and other speakers in this two-day symposium, have argued, the art professionals who created the modern art institutional apparatus in Brazil and theorized and promoted abstraction also devoted much wall space and ink to the art of psychiatric patients, Mario Pedrosa principal among them in the mid-century and immediate post-war moment, and his writing about Engenho de Dentro. Put simply, the category of outsider art, or archivergem in Pedrosa's hands, in Brazil cannot be understood without the category of abstraction. This legacy continued and continues in the presentation of Bispo do Rosario's production in writing and exhibition form. It is therefore imperative that the erasures related to class, gender, and race, implicit and explicit in the history and historiography of abstract art, be scrutinized. And I'm led in this scrutiny by Brazilian artist Rosana Paulino, who forcefully makes visible the elisions enacted by arguably the most lauded facet of Brazilian modernism, geometric abstraction, or concrete and neo-concrete art of the 1950s, in her mixed media works on paper series, the title of which can be translated in English to Brazilian Style Geometry Arrives to Tropical Paradise, a series of multimedia works she created in 2018. The compositions of Paulino's hybrid print and collage works juxtapose colorful flat rectangles and bands that recall the vibrant palette of a seminal work of Brazilian post-war abstraction, namely Ligia Papi's Livro da Criação, Book of Memory. The book is, of course, 16 pages in unbound gouache on board participatory work. Other seminal works by abstract artists can be seen as being referenced in Paulino's work, including Oiticica's Penetrables of the 60s. In conversation with Rosana Paulino, she stated that the series of multimedia works prompt a viewer to ask what is erased in the vision of Brazil proposed by abstract artists, a call for re-examination that I hope to take up in my brief remarks today. I've recently had the opportunity to study the series of works, as well as other by Paulino, in the context of an exhibition I co-organized here at UT Austin entitled Social Fabric, Art and Activism in Contemporary Brazil. And you're seeing an installation view of that show here. In this series, the Brazilian Style Geometry Arrived to Tropical Paradise, the artist overlaps collage color blocks with digital prints from various 19th century sources, ranging from black and white photographs and illustrations of enslaved and indigenous peoples to botanical and crayometric studies, some rendered as reversed images and taking the appearance of x-rays, and others as lino cuts, as in the skull in the lower area of the work on the right. The ground of each work is composed of a digital scan of a single page of a 15-volume survey of Brazilian plants that was commissioned by the sovereigns of Austria, Bavaria, and Brazil and completed over a half century. The seminal, so here's kind of the source image from that 19th century 15-volume survey that Rosana uses as the basis for the ground for her collages. Rosana was the subject of a landmark 2018 mid-career survey or retrospective at the Pinacoteca, and this volume remains a key reference work. So in her essay for the 2008 Pinacoteca catalog, art historian Julia Rivera da Silva has interpreted Paulino's production as an extended examination of the relationship between slavery, genocide, and science to reveal science as an ideology structured to promote a fictive and violent hierarchy of race. In this series, Paulino extends this critique by asserting that the ethnographic study of humans cannot be divorced from the taxonomy of nature. Geometric forms act as bars, concealing the eyes and individuality of Afro-Brazilian and indigenous figures, equating abstraction to the pseudoscientific classification systems that accompanied and accompany and support colonialism and racism. But Ribeiro and scholar Fabiana Lopez write that to view Paulino's work as a simple denunciation of racism would be inaccurate and a disservice, and ask us to instead dwell in the tension, discomfort, and dislocation that the artist creates. This group of works by Paulino, I suggest, asks us what politics informed the production and reception of abstract art at mid-century and beyond, and whose interests were served by the abstract artist's proposals. In the decade following World War II, abstract artists in Brazil's cosmopolitan centers of Rio and São Paulo were celebrated as nonconformists who modeled engaged civil participation. In other words, abstract artists were arguably model citizens post-World War II. Abstract art itself developed out of a dynamic interplay of local and international conditions, forms, and discourses. That interplay was defined on one hand by elite deployment of soft power to establish a host of new modern art entities, and on the other hand, reciprocal and at times contested relationships between the artist and those new institutions. Emergent white middle-class men like Geraldo de Barros, who I'm showing you a work by on the left, and affluent women like Lygia Clark were touted as public thinkers and their work as creative innovations. My recent book studies the importance of these institutions, not just museums and the São Paulo Bienal, but also pedagogical institutions and a vibrant art press in the development of abstract art. The new museums and art institutions were inextricably intertangled with a larger expanding consumer culture, the confluence of art, shopping, tourism, and cultural diplomacy that Tony Bennett has termed the exhibitory complex. A photograph of a storefront display from 1955 showing mannequins and works of art displayed on easels captured this newfound embrace of abstract art in Brazil. What at first seems like a straightforward or banal scene is in fact layered with class, gendered, and racialized discourses that organize the reception of art in Brazil. The connection between wealth, whiteness, and the consumption of abstract art is made clear. Smartly dressed white female mannequins, donning pearls and gloves, pose as both art admirers and as objects of admiration themselves. A larger aim of my recent book is to examine, via the lens of the interaction between abstract art and these new modern art institutions, the changing conceptions of social identity in Brazil following the country's return to democracy in 1945. I argue that artists, as well as art patrons and critics, were highly visible subjects and agents for a reimagining of Brazilian citizenship in the context of redemocratization following the Estado Novo dictatorship. These protagonists were, with few exceptions, privileged, educated, and white. The celebration of abstract artists was not without tension, and those eclipsed the abstraction and figuration debates occurring many places, including Brazil at mid-century. in which the Communist Party promoted social realism and considered abstraction insufficient for political work and polluted with entanglements with capitalism. Self-taught artists, some Afro-descendant like Hector dos Prazeres, were also elevated in the post-war cultural scene in Brazil, but as a subsidiary to abstraction and papering over racial inequities. So let me do a little bit of a deep dive into the second Biennale to try to bring to life some of the dynamics that I'm discussing here. The spectacle of Getúlio Vargas, former dictator turned democratically elected president, presiding over the award ceremony at the second Biennale de São Paulo in December of 1953, illustrates the rapid shifts in the relationship between modern art and the state over the course of the mid-century in Brazil. Let me skip ahead here. So only Cândido Portinari, arguably and polemically, received state support during the Estado Novo dictatorship of Vargas, but following World War II, his administration and the political and economic elite of Brazil utilized cultural diplomacy to promote a new image of the country, and the São Paulo Biennale was a central vehicle for that image. Newsreel footage of the first Biennale seems to confirm both projects this image and confirms the worst fear of communist intellectuals who argued that this new investment in art institutions sought to promote art that marginalized the lives and rights of working class and poor people. As you're seeing, a Black woman dressed in the uniform of a domestic worker passes by the facade, and moments later, Darcy Vargas, the First Lady of Brazil, is accompanied by an entourage and enters the Biennale. She is greeted there by Yolanda Pinedo and other elite women. The men largely remain at the margins, while the First Lady and other white individuals dutifully look at the prize-winning works. Modern art was without a doubt conceived as an elite and the domain of wealthy, but its prestige was also racialized and gendered. White women of the Brazilian elite were represented as consumers of art that had been announced as modern. The working classes, including the recent influx of internal migrants, many Afro-descendant from the Northeast and Minas Gerais to the city of São Paulo, who served as laborers in the expanding industrial and service sectors, including as janitorial staff at the Biennale, were not the intended audiences. That Yolanda Pinedo in the white hat on the right, in the small gray hat in the image on the right, was in fact a behind the scenes author of the Biennale, is not acknowledged or visualized in these scenes of elite viewing that we saw in the newsreel and in the photograph that circulated in the press on the right. So what this kind of dive into art and institutions around abstract art following World War II, why I'm sharing this in this context is that I think scrutiny of the terms that were used in the post-war moment for autodidacts or so-called primitive artists can bring important questions to our discussion of Bispo do Rosario here. So Hector dos Prazeres won a prize at the first Biennale, and that prize was lauded extensively in the Brazilian press, arguably as a presentation of evidence of Brazil's racial democracy or absence of racism. However, the space created for autodidact artists at mid-century and post-war in Brazil was a highly circumscribed one, to the extent that when another self-taught artist, Elisa Martins da Silveira, won a prize at the second Biennale, she was seen in the press as taking the place of Hector dos Prazeres. So there was sort of one circumscribed place for these artists. Thank you very much. I look forward to everybody else's contributions.
Good afternoon. My thanks to the American Society and the Symposium organizers and my colleagues in this roundtable. Since the beginning of Artur Bispo do Rosario's death in 1989, many artifacts he made have been preserved, exhibited, and studied. Frederico Moraes was a decisive agent in setting up a collection of works of art with artifacts manufactured by Bispo do Rosario. Although Moraes had previously been a curator involved with artist actions and institutions that challenged the limits of art, he restricted himself to objects when dealing with Bispo do Rosario's creations. And as Kyra Cabanhas has already pointed out, Moraes limited himself to certain objects, excluding others. In this process, they destroyed the place that, over decades, Bispo do Rosario structured for himself in the world, transforming the space which he was allowed to occupy in Colônia Juliano Moreira. With Henri Lefebvre, we can say that Bispo do Rosario acted against the abstract speciality of modernity, configuring an environment derived from his mental culture and living experiences, a grounding place. Paulo Herkenhoff has already recognized the, I quote, place conquered by Bispo do Rosario in the social-political regime of corporal distribution he was submitted to, end of quote. Even though some people have related that space to artistic installations, they never understood the rooms he completely transformed as a creation to be preserved and studied. It would not have been easy, however, to preserve that space, and it's legitimate to ask whether it would make sense to keep forever the last configuration left by Bispo do Rosario, if that was an environment in a permanent process of reconfiguration. Perhaps it was impossible to maintain the latest arrangement and, at the same time, use the artifacts as work of art at the mercy of curators and institutions. However, they could have recorded that place in detail per his final arrangement. The recent effort of the institution that preserved Bispo do Rosario's work to recover the spaces previously occupied by him is commendable, bringing to light some wall inscriptions, and it might be possible to reoccupy the rooms with his objects and even roughly reenact his latest setup using photographs and films that partially recorded that place. However, the possibility of experiencing that place as he conceived it, constituted, and lived in is lost forever. Why speak of a place destroyed in a preservation process that allowed the circulation and worldwide exhibition of artifacts that never cease to surprise, excite, and delight us? On the one hand, I propose that we consider that place one of his creations and an artifact as important as the others he made. On the other hand, I understand the postmodern disregard for Bispo do Rosario's place as one more step in how individuals and institutions treated him throughout his life, a process connected to how Africans and their descendants were treated during the and after slavery in Brazil, and particularly the relationship between slavery and architecture there. On another occasion, I brought the universe of Bispo do Rosario closer to quilombos, a term of Kimbundu origin, a Bantu language, in which it is associated with warrior camps in the forest or isolated space of initiation. In the Portuguese spoken in Brazil, quilombo is a term that refers to a hidden place, usually distant, where fugitive enslaved people took shelter and constituted an alternative society to slavery and colonial rule. Indeed, Bispo do Rosario's place can be considered in opposition to the society that controlled him. But the image of the quilombo will always resonate in the destroyed space, reminding us that when they could, the colonizers destroyed the quilombos built by people who wanted freedom, a process that, in my view, this Bispo do Rosario artifact unintentionally evokes. Bispo do Rosario's place also refers to other aspects of the relationship between architecture and enslaved or subaltern people in Brazil during and after slavery. The enslavement of Africans and African descendants in Brazil between the 16th and 19th centuries demanded the fabrication of specific spaces and artifacts for capturing, imprisoning, transporting, controlling, and punishing people. After the abolition of slavery, its legacy greatly affected Brazilian architecture and cities, setting up space to marginalize and segregate Afro-descendants and low-income people. These places, buildings, and objects helped shape the Brazilian landscape and culture. On the relationship between architecture and enslaved people in Brazil, it's worth recalling a passage by Lúcio Costa in his 1951 text, Much Construction, Some Architecture, and One Miracle. I quote, "If the mansions remaining from ancient times seem uninhabitable due to discomfort, it's because the blacks are absent. They were the ones who did the housework. There were blacks for everything, from black boys always at hand for errands to old black women babysitting. Blacks were sewage. They were running water in the room, hot and cold. They were light switches and doorbell buttons. They covered gutters and lifted heavy window panes. They were automatic washers. They fanned like a fan," end of quote. According to existing biographical accounts of Bispo do Rosario, he was considered a black for everything, a faz tudo, as someone who performs different functions or dedicates himself to various trades is called in Portuguese. As a handyman, he was considered almost a member of the Leone family, for whom he worked in exchange for shelter and food. Bispo do Rosario is another example of a typical social situation in Brazil, unfortunately not restricted to the past. Black people aggregated to families that exploit them and determine that they inhabit marginal space of the house and other work environments. Slavery determined deterritorialization, the forced transposition from Africa to the Americas, and the involuntary willingness of enslaved people to displacement according to the slaveholder's intentions. By being enslaved, the person became someone else's possession and dispossessed. Enslaved people lived from themselves, their bodies, their knowledge, in a few things. They possessed next to nothing and had to reinvent themselves in the world with whatever was at hand. A constant practice in captivity, and a crucial one in the constitution of Quilombos, reinvention based on available elements was also a vital issue in Bispo do Rosario's life. He uniquely created countless artifacts by reusing objects, things, and materials he found daily. He reconfigured the physical space he was allowed to live in with them. In his troubled trajectory, Bispo do Rosario appropriated undifferentiated space that he was allowed to occupy, making them his own places. He never legally owned them, but made them his own. During a certain period of his life, he occupied on different occasions a small back house of a residence, service space of a law firm, a back room, and the attic of a pediatric medical clinic belonging to the same family for which he worked. These spaces on the fringes of residential and work environments exemplify the false social integration inherent in Brazilian races. Those were spaces of marginalization and segregation, substitutes for the former plantation slave quarters, and corresponding in the micro, private sphere to the macro marginalization of subaltern people instituted with favelas and urban peripheries of the post-abolition period. All these places were violently dismantled and destroyed. In Colônia Juliano Moreira, where he lived for more than 25 years, Bispo do Rosario gradually conquered much space, occupying 11 cells in the central hall of Pavilion 10, which were transformed into his last place in the world. In her pioneering biography of Bispo do Rosario, Luciana Hidalgo uses several designations to describe his space at Colônia Juliano Moreira. Amusement park, castle, cathedral, cloister, dungeon, fifth dome gallery, labyrinth, magic cell, miniaturized planet, palace, postmodern cavern, strong room, and the anteroom of God, among others. Maybe she wanted to explore the multiple meanings of that place. Although not all the references she uses are pertinent, the multiple designation points to a problem, the inadequacy of language in defining that place. Moraes understands it as a studio, which corroborates the characterization of Bispo do Rosario as an artist. Cabanha is more accurate in considering it as a work environment. Indeed, although he did not consciously make art, he worked obsessively. In an interview with Hugo Denizar in the 1982 film O Prisioneiro da Passagem, Bispo do Rosario even said he was enslaved. In that same interview, he also said, "I live in Casa Forte." Casa Forte means strongholds and has many meanings in Brazil. In Portuguese Brazilian military architecture, Casa Forte refers to fortified house built during Portuguese colonization of Brazil, not by the colonial administration, but by their owners, to be used as shelters against attacks, mainly by indigenous people, but also other types of uprising. One of these strongholds was built on the sugar plantation of Dona Ana Paz, situated on the outskirts of Mauritsstad, the capital of the Dutch colony established in South America between 1630 and 1654. In 1645, Luso-Brazilian forces fought and defeated the Dutch colonizers who had occupied that sugar plantation stronghold. This confrontation, one of the crucial events in the Pernambuco insurrection against Dutch colonization, persists in the memory of the population of northeastern Brazil as the Battle of Casa Forte, referring to the stronghold of that sugar plantation, which also came to be known as Casa Forte. That insurrection, battle, and its name still reverberate today as, in the place where that mill's main buildings were located, there is Casa Forte Square, located at Casa Forte neighborhood of Recife. It's difficult to know if Bispo do Rosario had this historical knowledge. Still, it's possible to assume that the name Casa Forte echoed in his cultural imaginary, since he was born and lived for almost 15 years in the state of Sergipe, a region that was part of the Dutch colony in South America. When recalling this reference, I do not want to impose them on his place, but highlight the meanings that this name evokes from the context of his social cultural formation. In any case, characteristic of strongholds, the defense based on the difficulty of access, resonates in the place he configured for himself in the world. Vulnerability and the desire for security are metaphorically alluded to in this Bispo do Rosario artifact. In this sense, it's interesting to relate Bispo do Rosario's Casa Forte to other places constituted by Afro-Brazilian individuals. Gabriel Joaquim dos Santos, known as Seu Gabriel, son of a formerly enslaved man and an indigenous woman, built a house for himself in São Pedro da Aldeia in the state of Rio de Janeiro between 1923 and 1985 when he died. Constructed from a dream with shards of pottery, crockery, glass, tiles, burnout light bulbs, knickknacks, shelves, chains, metal tops, and other things and materials. It is a house made of shards and transformed into a flower, in the words of its author. Casa da Flor, flower house, as he named it. Geraldo Simplício, known as Nego, has been building a garden around his home in Nova Friburgo, also in the state of Rio. After a 1981 morning glimpse of a woman in a small rocky mound on the side of his house, He began to sculpt and mold with earth and slime, erecting figures referring to a varied cultural universes with different scales, composing what he named Jardim do Nego, Nego's Garden, a place he keeps making and maintaining to attract people and talk, as he liked to say. Seu Gabriel Casa da Flor, Bispo do Rosario's Casa Forte, and Jardim do Nego emerge as examples of architecture that oppose the process of urban architectural deformation constituted since the beginning of the colonization of Brazil. These places were built from dreams and visions with determination, the somewhat ordinary skills of each of their creators, dealing with natural, discarded, or acquired elements available to them in more or less difficult ways. Despite their notorious differences, this place established and propagate an imaginary other that rises on the margins of a society still affected by slavery. Sometimes when speaking of the moment of his passing, in which he would present his miniaturized representations of the world to God, Bispo do Rosario said that he would shine and show the splendor. He also said that his bodily action was the shine he put on when making his objects. Indeed, Bispo do Rosario's places were strongholds for another radiance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Olá, boa tarde a todos. Eu quero começar, claro, agradecendo a todas as pessoas envolvidas nesse evento, por esse convite, pela organização do mesmo. É um grande prazer estar nessa mesa com os meus colegas. E eu gostaria de começar mostrando uma imagem ruim. É uma imagem desses espaços que o Roberto Conduru já mencionou, esses espaços esses espaços construídos por Bispo, nessas celas, né, da colônia Juliano Moreira. Aqui a gente tem um pedaço da parede descascada. Roberto também mostrou numa imagem mais ampliada, que mostra a parede quase inteira. Aqui eu mostro um detalhe, né, desse desenho de um barco. E eu gostaria também de mostrar essa imagem ruim. É uma imagem bastante ruim, mas é difícil encontrar uma imagem desse espaço de Bispo na sua tridimensionalidade que mostre a complexidade com a qual esses elementos que compõem a sua obra estavam dispostos nesse espaço, nessa espécie de cena na qual ele se move, e também os diferentes elementos da sua obra estavam em constante movimento. Ele os movia, ele retomava elementos já realizados anteriormente e os refazia ou transformava. Então, se trata de uma cena em constante movimento. Eu trago essa imagem aqui, e agora eu interrompo o compartilhamento por um tempo. Eu quis trazer essa imagem para tentar relembrar de forma vívida a estranheza da obra de Bispo do Rosário, a estranheza que nos empurra a nos perguntarmos o que é essa obra, qual é o seu modo de presença no mundo e no mundo da arte, assim como fora dela, e o que essa obra nos ensinaria sobre arte, sobre mundo, sobre realidade e sobre loucura. Como nós sabemos, a descoberta da obra de Bispo e a sua intronização no mundo da arte se dá no começo dos anos 1980, ou seja, cerca de 60 anos após a publicação do famoso livro de Prinzhorn, Hans Prinzhorn, que já foi comentado e brilhantemente apresentado pela mesa anterior. E esse livro, ele traz, como sabemos, trabalhos de vários internos de hospitais psiquiátricos, né? E essas publicações, elas se inscrevem em um contexto artístico muito preciso. Me parece importante ressaltar isso. essa publicação de Prinzhorn, bem como outras da época, se inscrevem no momento marcado pela controvérsia sobre a autenticidade da recusa do naturalismo por parte das vanguardas modernistas. Fica patente no livro de Prinzhorn que se trata, no interesse pela arte de pacientes psiquiátricos, de buscar uma espécie de garantia antropológica de autenticidade para tais propostas. E, claro, o livro de Prinzhorn pode ser considerado um argumento a favor, né, dessa legitimação, essa defesa da autenticidade das propostas modernistas. Tendo essa defesa, ela se dá tendo um pressuposto, contudo, um pressuposto que fica oculto na defesa e valorização de tais obras como arte. Seu pressuposto é a ideia de que esses indivíduos, os internos dos manicômios de então, eles estariam isentos de qualquer influência da arte moderna, da cultura que os rodeava, por eles estarem justamente fora dessa cultura. Eles são considerados como pessoas que não estão imersos na cultura, mas estariam apartados não só da convivência social, como da cultura em geral. Ou seja, o tratamento, que é uma forma de estabelecimento, né, em termos Foucaultianos, de biopoder, pela segregação dessas pessoas em instituições totais, que eram os hospitais psiquiátricos, esse ato social, ele é tomado como, ele é naturalizado como uma condição da própria doença. Né? E o fato da produção plástica de tais indivíduos se mostrar distante do protocolo naturalista confirmaria que a arte, como atividade humana, não se restringe ao protocolo naturalista. Pouco mais de 2 décadas mais tarde, em 1945, Jean Dubuffet vai inventar o conceito de arte bruta, ou arte crua, se quisermos, para buscar uma tradução mais adequada em português, eu diria arte bruta, eu diria arte crua em vez de arte bruta, e a arte bruta já foi comentada também brilhantemente na mesa anterior. Eu vou apenas mencionar de forma, sem dúvida, muito rápida, demasiado rápida, que esse conceito, ele vem ressaltar uma ideia muito importante nesse contexto de valorização da arte de pacientes psiquiátricos no começo, na primeira metade do século XX, nas primeiras décadas até a década de 60, pelo menos, que é a ideia de expressão. Né? O conceito de arte bruta, ele vem nessa direção também, apesar de ter, claro, sua particularidade, nessa direção que já era a de Prinzhorn, de falar de expressão como uma espécie de movimento pelo qual, na arte, na atividade plástica, se daria uma espécie de projeção direta de conteúdos internos do seu criador. Jean Dubuffet, ele chega a dizer, ali no início da sua coleção, no início, né, da sua proposta de conceitualização da arte bruta e de construção da sua coleção de arte bruta, Dubuffet, ele chega a dizer que esses artistas, que seriam artistas brutos, eles tirariam tudo, tema, ritmo, material, etc., de si mesmos. Eles tirariam tudo das suas impulsões, para usar mais um termo usado pelo próprio Dubuffet. O modelo aqui é de um místico em estado de transe, né? Se trata da invenção de uma figura um tanto romântica, de um criador que é autêntico, na medida mesma em que ele está totalmente isolado. E é importante lembrar nessa direção que o próprio conceito de autismo, ele se afirma em 1911, ele é criado, né, publicado por Eugene Bleuler, o psiquiatra. Ele criado o conceito de autismo né, em 1911 apenas, para denotar o afastamento da vida social, justamente, e o retraimento em si mesmo, que seriam sintomas de esquizofrenia, de psicose em geral. Então, a arte dos pacientes psiquiátricos, ela é tomada, né, como fonte de novos protocolos de representação por parte dos artistas modernistas, mas ela carrega o risco, ao mesmo tempo, de reificar e justificar o isolamento de determinadas pessoas como condição da própria enfermidade, impedindo, né, e eu acho que isso é importante que a gente considere hoje, no exame da questão da arte bruta, mas, sobretudo, quando se trata de pensarmos qual é o lugar atual da arte de pacientes psiquiátricos, sobretudo essa noção de expressão e o seu correlato, a sua correlata consideração de um certo isolamento por parte dos pacientes, deixa à sombra o que Michel Foucault, Alfredo Basaglia e muitos outros mostraram claramente já na passagem da década de 60 para a década de 70, ou seja, que a loucura é uma construção cultural e uma das figuras sociais da exclusão, muito mais do que um grupo de entidades patológicas com sintomatologia e causas bem definidas, né? Então, é muito importante notar, quando a gente começa a falar de Arthur Bispo do Rosário, que a delimitação entre o normal e o dito doente mental é, sobretudo, socioeconômica e racial, sobretudo em um país como o Brasil, né, marcado pela violência colonial e a escravização de dezenas de milhões de pessoas, sobre a qual meu colega Roberto Conduru acaba de falar brilhantemente. Então, se trata, na delimitação de artistas brutos, de uma consideração na qual se leva em conta muito mais os critérios, né, a distinção entre quem tem e quem não tem acesso a uma formação erudita, do que a loucura como tal, né? E me parece que é muito importante hoje, nessa direção, que a gente pense a situação Arthur Bispo do Rosário de forma ampla, né, levando em consideração que ela deve ser tomada a partir desse outro paradigma, que é o paradigma da reforma psiquiátrica, e que talvez essa obra de Bispo, essa obra viva, possa ser vista como uma espécie de estabelecimento de um novo paradigma para a arte de pacientes psiquiátricos, um paradigma que eu chegaria a dizer provocativamente que seria contra a arte bruta, né? Isso me parece importante justamente para deslanchar outras chaves críticas para pensar a produção contemporânea nos limites entre sofrimento mental grave, no que essa condição revela sobre a condição humana de todos nós, não é? E me parece também que essas novas chaves críticas nos ajudariam a pensar a produção de Bispo, então, como convergente com algumas questões da própria produção contemporânea em arte, né? Eu vou voltar para o meu PowerPoint já, para poder chamar a atenção, então, para alguns aspectos, rapidamente, da obra de Bispo, de modo a sublinhar o que ela tem nela mesma de uma certa dimensão conceitual, no sentido amplo, né, na medida em que ela é uma certa proposta de arte e delírio, ao mesmo tempo, de arte e vida, radicalmente levada a cabo por esse homem, e que nos leva a considerá-lo um grande artista brasileiro, ao lado de outros, como Lígia Clark, Hélio Oiticica, Cildo Meirelles, Ana Maria Maiolino e muitos outros, e não como um artista singular ou um artista bruto. E se o próprio Bispo, num dado momento, recusa sua condição de artista, ele o faz notadamente numa entrevista em que ele diz que ele não é um artista de televisão. Na minha opinião, isso é sinal de que ele não teve acesso ao mundo da arte, como boa parte da população brasileira, aliás, até hoje, a tal ponto que nem mesmo a figura do artista, para ele, era uma figura valorizada. Talvez se possa pensar que, em outras condições, seu delírio poderia ter encontrado o significante arte e artista e tomado esses significantes a seu favor, né? Bom, a obra-vida de Bispo deve ser considerada uma situação e um programa, na minha opinião, uma situação na medida em que há toda uma situação da vida de Bispo, que é sua própria obra, né? O fato de que ele tenha podido transformar o seu lugar como paciente psiquiátrico numa instituição total em outra coisa e ter se afirmado, ter sido reconhecido, primeiro pelos seus colegas de instituição, a equipe e outros pacientes, de uma maneira, né, sem dúvida, de um reconhecimento aí de um certo valor, a ponto dele, no final da sua vida, né, poder contar com um espaço muito grande de 10 celas, né, na instituição, e, portanto, ele ter revirado com a sua arte, delírio, o seu próprio lugar no mundo, né, esse aspecto micropolítico da obra de Bispo é muito importante, mas também porque Bispo faz convergir muito claramente, talvez mais do que qualquer outro artista, a questão do delírio com a da arte. Ou seja, o delírio é considerado, né, não apenas um sintoma de doença psíquica, mas sim uma maneira de reconstruir o mundo. Freud fala do delírio como uma verdadeira construção que levaria, inclusive, seria uma tentativa de cura e poderia levar a uma melhora do quadro clínico, né? E se a gente pensa, então, por essa chave, se a gente traz a obra de Bispo de uma maneira mais detida, a gente pode perceber que aqui no nosso primeiro slide, então, essa espécie de barafunda, essa bagunça, barafunda é um termo usado pelo Frederico Moraes, nessa bagunça que era o ambiente, essa cena da arte e do delírio de Bispo, havia uma verdadeira subversão da própria noção ocidental de representação. Porque Bispo, ao colocar os seus elementos em constante movimentação, em termos temporais e espaciais, ou seja, no momento em que ele começa a produzir e vai enchendo suas celas com diversos elementos, ele está pondo em questão o próprio estabelecimento de uma superfície neutra como condição para a arte. A sua arte põe em questão o próprio pressuposto da superfície neutra como e mostra que ele é que se trata nele de um ato que é uma posição de poder. Contra a superfície neutra, Bispo vai fazer da realidade diversos fragmentos, diversos elementos que ele recombina, que ele monta e desmonta, e que ele vai, especialmente assim, num jogo muito preciso entre linguagem e coisa, de forma literal, tomando coisas, como, por exemplo, aqui essas pedras, os paralelepípedos mostram bem, ele vai recusar a ideia de representação em prol de uma outra coisa que permite que ele, ao mesmo tempo, reconstrua o mundo e forge, nesse mundo, uma posição para si próprio. Ele representa e apresenta a si próprio ao mesmo tempo, de uma maneira que deve ser considerada uma atividade, uma operação política, ao mesmo tempo que clínica e artística, e que nos permite repensar as próprias condições de produção artística hoje. É muito radical essa proposta de Bispo, que recusa simplesmente a própria ideia de objeto, obra, como tal, na sua no seu isolamento em relação ao mundo. Bispo, de alguma maneira, com sua obra-vida, faz com que a arte se mostre em movimento, recusando os seus lugares institucionais, sem dúvida, para que haja uma espécie de movimentação do mundo e transformação da realidade pela própria arte. Muito obrigada.
Olá, vocês estão me ouvindo? Posso começar?
Pode começar.
Boa tarde, eu agradeço o convite. Eu vou falar em 15 minutos sobre a vida-obra do Bispo, né, como a Tânia chamou. Então, eu espero ter sucesso nisso. Tenho que falar um pouco devagar por causa da interpretação, mas vamos lá. Então, eu estou chamando essa apresentação de Presenting and Representing a Bispo do Rosário, né, o artista e o homem. Vocês vão entender por quê, né? Eu vou começar, eu vou falar de 7 rounds da vida dele, né, da obra dele. Eu começo por Sergipe, que é onde ele nasceu, é um estado do Nordeste do Brasil. O Nordeste do Brasil corresponde ao sul dos Estados Unidos, né? É onde teve as plantations, né? Na verdade, no Brasil teve plantation em todo lugar, mas, enfim, no período colonial, principalmente, foi no Nordeste. Então, ele vem de uma área de latifúndio colonial, de cana-de-açúcar, né? E na obra dele, ele faz o registro dessa experiência com a cana-de-açúcar, né? Algumas obras, nessa, por exemplo, que é o Moinho de Cana, e nessa outra que ele chama de Engenho de Cana, né? E nessa obra, especialmente, que eu acho que ele faz uma operação artística muito sofisticada, né? Que é uma peça de engenho, na verdade, de usina de cana-de-açúcar, a vapor, né? Que é o período dele, ele nasce no começo do século XX, né? E ele menciona esse grande engenho que tinha em Sergipe, que existe até hoje, essa ruína da Casa Grande. Ele menciona essa usina das Pedras, que era a maior usina de cana-de-açúcar da época dele. Então, provavelmente, e era muito próxima a Japaratuba, a cidade de onde ele nasceu. Então, provavelmente, ele conheceu essa usina, talvez trabalhou como criança, né? Ele e os familiares dele, né? E ele escreve nessa peça aqui, que é uma peça de usina de cana-de-açúcar a vapor, ele diz o seguinte: nos engenhos, trabalhadores, trabalhar moendo cana, trabalho. Quer dizer, ele está falando, né, o mundo dele é o mundo do trabalho, é um trabalhador braçal, né? E como o Conduro falou, né, ele vem de uma tradição brasileira de escravidão muito ainda entranhada na nossa tradição social, né? Essa é uma foto de quando chega o trem em Sergipe para justamente atender as usinas de cana, né? Então, uma foto de uma mulher Antes eu achava que era uma criança, mas talvez não seja, mas muitas crianças trabalham na roça, né? Poderia ser algum familiar dele, né? E sempre são negros, ou descendentes de indígenas, né? E aí mostra também que eu não quero trabalhar muito com o Bispo na dicotomia campo-cidade, arcaico-moderno, né? Quer dizer, é a chegada do trem na usina para transportar essa cana que estava sendo plantada lá há séculos, né? E lembrando que o manto do Bispo, ele é atravessado por um trilho de trem, né? Ele tematiza muito esses meios de transporte, que ele é um sujeito migrante, né? Que vem do norte para o sul. Então, esse é um grande tema dele. Eu acho que assim, esse primeiro contato com a modernidade é essa chegada do trem na região que ele nasceu, e o pai dele provavelmente era carpinteiro, trabalhava com trem, né? Porque ele vai mencionar tanto uma estação de trem, a próxima, esse lugar que ele morava, quanto uma oficina de locomotivas que tinha em Aracaju, quando ele migra para lá. Então, outra coisa da tradição brasileira que o bispo traz na obra dele é essa tradição de congados, né? No caso, na região deles, chamadas cacumbis, né? Que são encenações de rei Congos e rainhas do Congo, né? Que vem desde a época colonial também, e que ainda são encenados em todo o Brasil, na cidade dele especificamente. Essa é uma foto aqui de 2022, quer dizer, o rei e a rainha do Congo vestem o manto e a coroa, né? Então, um pouco para relacionar como essa questão do manto também tem a ver com essa tradição. Que são instrumentos de cacumbi que ele faz na obra dele, né? São cacumbi de Japaratuba, que eles usam esses espelhos no chapéu e tocam pandeiro, zabumba e outros instrumentos que o bispo também vai reproduzir na obra dele, né? Ele chama, num determinado bordado, que esses espelhos são para chapéus de reisado, né? Reisado também é o nome que se dá a esse tipo de festa religiosa cultural de uma tradição, vamos dizer assim, afrocatólica no Brasil. Outra tradição que ele está falando de Sergipe, na própria obra, eu não sei se está exposto aí em Nova York, um desses estandartes, ele faz um mapa de Aracaju. Em determinado momento, ele migra para Aracaju, para ir para a Escola de Aprendizes Marinheiros, e ele faz, nesse trabalho de memória da obra dele, um mapa de Aracaju. Nesse mapa, ele borda, porque as pessoas em Bispo são sempre azuis, né? A linha que ele tem principal é azul. Mas ele rememora uma festa que tinha em Aracaju, não tem mais, tem só em Laranjeiras hoje, que chama Lambe Sujos e Caboquinhos, que é uma festa, que é uma espécie de, chamam até de ópera, né? Que metade das pessoas se pintam de preto para evocar os escravos africanos, e metade se pinta de vermelho para evocar os indígenas que combateram quilombos africanos, né? Então, isso tudo está na obra dele, isso tudo está na rememoração dele, dessa experiência que ele teve em Sergipe, que ele deixa com 16 anos, né? Quando ele tem 15 anos, o pai dele... Agora eu vou para o segundo round, né? O primeiro foi Sergipe, o segundo round é quando ele ingressa na Marinha do Brasil. Ele ingressa em Aracaju, na Escola de Aprendizes Marinheiros. Vocês podem ver, essa Escola de Aprendizes Marinheiros é em Aracaju. 90% das crianças são negras ou indígenas. Isso é uma tradição da Marinha Brasileira até hoje, mas desde o início, né? Os negros e os indígenas não tinham acesso a ser oficiais, apenas marinheiros, né? E 15 anos antes do bispo entrar na Marinha, teve uma revolta dos marinheiros, né? A revolta de 1910, contra a chibata. Ainda havia castigos com chicote na Marinha Brasileira e palmatória. Então, foi uma revolta contra esses castigos físicos. O bispo faz uma palmatória aqui. Então, eu acho que ele está se referindo ao período que ele está, por exemplo, né? Na Escola de Aprendizes, que eles deviam ainda usar palmatórias. Era um instrumento de castigo usado na educação brasileira, até poucas décadas atrás, né? Então, de algum modo, ele, na obra dele, como a Tânia está falando, é uma vida-obra, né? É uma obra profundamente autobiográfica. Eu estou escrevendo a biografia, eu uso normalmente a própria obra dele para fazer a biografia dele, né? Então, você vê que ele borda a Escola de Aprendizes Marinheiros num dos estandartes, né? Ele borda várias pessoas relacionadas a essa escola, como ele vai bordar sempre nome de pessoas ligadas a lugares que ele esteve, né? Por exemplo, quando ele está falando que tudo que existe no mundo, uma das coisas que ele fala que existe no mundo é uma esquadra. Essa é a esquadra da Marinha do Brasil na época que ele serviu, que foi década de 30, né? Tanto ele representa ela num bordado, quanto numa escultura, né? Esses navios são todos da Armada Brasileira, né? Da Marinha Brasileira. Ele morava em navios, né? Entre 1927 até 1933, ele morou em navios e em quartos de aluguel na cidade, né? Um desses navios que ele morou foi o São Paulo, que é um encoraçado, é esse encoraçado aqui no meio dessa foto. E você vê, o quartel-general da Marinha sempre foi no centro do Rio, desde o período colonial, né? Na Ilha das Cobras, que está aqui do lado esquerdo, né? Então, ele é um sujeito que ele entra para a modernidade, já lá em Sergipe, com trem, depois em Aracaju e tal, mas ele cai assim, nos anos 20 e 30, que é chamado, é o período clássico do modernismo brasileiro, ele está no Rio de Janeiro, né, que é a capital do Brasil, vivendo na área central da cidade. Então, isso também está muito na obra dele. Toda essa experiência urbana, cosmopolita, está muito na obra dele, como vocês podem ver, né? Por exemplo, outra coisa que quando ele faz esses casacos, que eu chamo casacos de almirante, né? Jaqueta de almirante, ele está usando assim, eu chamo de almirante porque ele usa essas cinco galões nas mangas, e isso representa um casaco de almirante, né? Então, quando ele tem essa visão que ele é o Messias, né? Ele vai se representar como um almirante, né? Como ele era um marinheiro comum, mas ele vai usar essa metáfora do almirante, né? E esse casaco, especialmente, ele borda na frente do casaco nomes dos colegas dele quando ele está internado, e nas costas ele borda o nome de pessoas, de autoridades que ele conheceu ao longo da vida, advogados, oficiais da Marinha, enfim, pessoas de elite, né? Então, ele vai fazendo essas operações metafóricas na obra, né? Como a gente vai vendo ao longo do trabalho dele. Eu trago também dois bordados que não são do Bispo, para falar também uma coisa menos falada, que essa prática de bordado dele, muito provavelmente, vem da Marinha. Ele era sinaleiro, ou seja, ele trabalhava com sinais, né? Mas ele também talvez bordasse patentes, porque ele conhece todas as patentes da Marinha, né? Então, o bordado na Marinha, essa roupa aqui à esquerda é de um marinheiro americano do século XIX, e esse bordado do lado direito é do João Cândido, que foi o líder da revolta de 1910 no Brasil. Então, eu acho que o Bispo ele se inscreve nessa tradição da Marinha, de marinheiros bordadores, que tem a ver também com a tatuagem, que também era uma arte feita com agulha. Aí, o terceiro round, enfim, vou tentar fazer no meu tempo. Eu acho que tem uma coisa muito central na obra do Bispo, na vida, mas que se confunde com a obra, que é o desejo dele ter sido um pugilista, porque ele foi um pugilista profissional por 9 anos, enquanto era marinheiro, e depois ele deixou a Marinha para ser pugilista. E aí, quando ele se machucou, esse sonho foi por água abaixo, foi quando ele se torna, enfim, essa aqui do lado esquerdo é o Bispo, né, numa foto de jornal como pugilista profissional, ainda era marinheiro nessa época, então ele era um marinheiro pugilista, e desse lado, essa obra que deve estar em exposição aí em Nova York, eu interpreto ela como esse pugilista no pódio, esse desejo. Ele disse numa frase para uma assistente social que ele tinha sonhos, que ele foi campeão da Marinha, né? Esse era o desejo dele, de deixar de ser essa pessoa anômica, né? De deixar de ser essa pessoa, esse João Ninguém, peão, né? Na história do Brasil, né? Esse homem negro, discriminado, trabalhador braçal, e como tantos outros brasileiros e negros no mundo todo, o esporte seria um lugar de ascensão, né? Então, ele desenha, para mim, eu entendo essa pessoa como um pugilista, tanto que ele escreve, né? Ele fala de todas as partes do corpo, e ele escreve embaixo, os únicos ossos que ele fala que esse ser humano tem são os ossos que ele quebrou quando ele teve que parar de lutar boxe. Aqui, quando ele para de lutar boxe, ele se torna um empregado doméstico, como o Conduru falou, um faz-tudo, né? Ele vai trabalhar para essa família, para esse clã, e um ano... então, por exemplo, né, tem dois depoimentos que o Frederico Moraes colhe quando ele está fazendo pesquisa sobre o Bispo, em 89, que são de membros dessa família. Um diz o seguinte: ele cuidava da limpeza da casa, encerava o chão, fazia compras, ia à feira, ao mercado de peixes, em frente à nossa casa, ele parava o bonde que levaria 2 de minhas irmãs à escola. Daí um outro, que era dono do hospital onde ele trabalhou, disse o seguinte, que o bispo queria um lugar para morar, que não queria dinheiro, enfim, e queria trabalhar. E ele diz o seguinte, né, que tudo que ele pedia para o bispo fazer, ele fazia, né? Vamos demolir essa parede, o bispo a punha por terra em poucos minutos. Vamos pintar um muro do jardim, em pouco tempo a tarefa estava executada. Então, essa experiência do homem trabalhador, ele traz o tempo todo na obra dele, esculpindo esses objetos do mundo do trabalho, né? Aqui, por exemplo, tem um regador, uma pá de lixo, um rolo de pintura, né? Ou até um cabide de roupa engomada. Quando ele está trabalhando nessa família, nessa casa, como empregado doméstico, ele tem essa visão que ele é o filho do homem, né? O filho do homem é a expressão que, quando Cristo fala em primeira pessoa na Bíblia, ele se chama, né? I am the son of man, né? Eu sou o filho do homem. E ele escreve filho do homem aqui no manto, dessa maneira assim meio embaralhada, mas ele sempre se refere a ele como Messias, como filho do homem, né? E ele vai, em 2 obras, ele vai descrever esse momento que ele na verdade, ele fala que quando ele teve essa visão, ele rezou o credo. O credo é uma oração da tradição católica, né? Que diz o seguinte, isso que o bispo depois vai dizer que está fazendo ao produzir a obra, né? Quando Cristo ressuscitou no 3º dia, subiu aos céus, está sentado à direita de Deus Pai Todo-Poderoso, onde há de vir julgar os vivos e os mortos. Muitas das obras do bispo, ele está tentando diferenciar quem são homens de Deus e quem não é, né? Quem são mulheres e homens de Deus, né? Aqui é uma outra obra que a Flávia Corpas descobriu, que ele copiou o texto todinho, né? E ele se refere a essa obra como a história dele, que é uma propaganda de uma enciclopédia da vida de Cristo. Ele copiou esse texto numa revista que ele tinha acesso e fez essa obra, que é uma das obras mais bonitas dele, que é simplesmente ele dizendo, essa é a minha história, essa é a história de Cristo. O round 6, que eu vou falar dele, é quando ele vai ser interno, né? Como ele é considerado um maluco, porque ele se diz Jesus Cristo, ele começa a ser internado a partir de 1939. Ele é internado como indigente, depois de ter feito tudo isso na vida, né? Como esquizofrênico paranoide. E vocês veem que, assim, ele já no início, ele já vem com roupas bordadas, então, muito provavelmente, ele já está bordando antes de ser interno, né? Por isso que eu acho que a bordar na vida dele vem da experiência dele na Marinha. Então, por exemplo, numa dos casacos de almirante que ele faz uma metáfora, né, das condecorações e lutas dele de 1938, quando ele teve a visão, até 82, que provavelmente era quando ele fez essa obra, né? Ele escreve nas medalhas os nomes, os endereços e os nomes dos hospitais onde ele esteve, né? Então, como se a condecoração dele é isso, ele vai para o hospital psiquiátrico, né, a luta dele, usando tanto uma palavra da militar como condecoração, né, e uma palavra do mundo do boxe, das lutas, né? Então, é a luta da vida dele, né? Por isso que eu estou, mais ou menos, fazendo em capítulos que são rounds, né? E por último, eu concordo com a Tânia. Eu acho que o Bispo é um dos grandes artistas da história da arte no Brasil, né? Ele não precisa de selo nenhum, né? Ele é um artista. Essa foto eu trago de novo de propósito, porque se ninguém soubesse que ele está no hospício, aí é nesse lugar que ele chama de cubículos, né? Que é essa área onde ele Casa Forte também, que era o modo, o Conduro estava falando, mas também era o nome para essa área de loucos perigosos nos hospícios antigos, né? Que era o local que eles ficavam trancados, né? Então, ele chama de Casa Forte nesse sentido também. E se você vê essa foto, sem dizer que ele está no hospício, parece um artista contemporâneo do seu ateliê. Por isso que eu boto ela assim. Aqui é onde é esse local que o Conduro e a Tânia se referiram, né? Que tem um salão central e tem 11 celas, né? Numa delas ele dormia, e nas demais ele produzia e guardava tanto as obras quanto as coisas que ele ia catando, né? Aqui é o lado de fora desse pavilhão. E então, para terminar, eu vou falar um pouquinho rapidamente do manto, que é uma das coisas, é muito difícil de ver o que está no manto, mas o manto é uma síntese, né? Nesse sentido, ele é a obra-prima do bispo, porque ele reproduz tudo que ele foi catalogando, ele usa o manto como lugar para bordar os objetos que ele esculpiu, e de um lado, né? Então, você aqui no manto tem tesoura, foice, machado, corda, chaleira, óculos, né? Chuveiro, beliche, assim, enfim, objetos da modernidade, né? Objetos do século XX que ele atravessa, como artista do século XX, né? Que ele nasce em 1909, morre em 1989. E do lado, desculpa, e do lado do avesso do manto, ele borda o nome das mulheres que ele considera que ele chama de, ele até chama no próprio manto de as virgens, mas eu acho que ele não está considerando, né? Ele, como ele é o filho de Maria, ele associa a virgem a boas mulheres, né? As mulheres que de algum modo acolheram ao longo da vida. E todas essas mulheres, todas, ou pelo menos 90% delas, existiram na vida dele. Você pode fazer isso, você descobre isso comparando com outras obras que ele fala dessas mulheres, né? Então, é uma operação artística muito fina, quer dizer, ele primeiro cataloga as mulheres para depois bordar no manto, que ele diz que quando ele for se apresentar nos céus, ele vai levar essas mulheres, esses anjos junto com ele. Então, eu vou terminar por aqui, eu tive que falar muito rápido de uma vida muito longa, de uma obra muito complexa, mas eu acho que são pequenas provocações, né? Esses 7 rounds, assim, da vida dele, para a gente poder conversar sobre quem é bispo, que arte é essa, enfim. Eu agradeço a todos. Obrigada.
So thank you very much for this very thoughtful presentations, for sharing your work and research with us. The papers, they have some commonalities and some differences, and I'm going to be addressing this as I ask questions to the presenters. I'm going to be trying to summarize very quickly the major arguments and then ask the questions. We don't have a lot of time left. And I had much more questions, but I'm gonna try to be concise about this. And I'm gonna read everything, and then feel free to respond as you wish. Okay, but starting with Adele. The paper is focused on the interrelation of a very specific group of artists who were white and who were developing geometric abstraction in the post-war years, and also the role of these institutions, art institutions and art-adjacent institutions, such as museums and newspapers, that connected abstract art with whiteness and other signifiers of cultural and social citizenship. And this is always like tied to privileges of race and class. And you argue that abstraction cannot be understood without the category of outsider art or other forms of, or other categories that were normally attributed to the art production of racialized people. And you highlight, how much these social categories, there is a lot of performance, right, from these artists in television. These artists let be photographed, they appeared in newspapers, they fulfilled this role of the cultural citizens. And women artists are also doing that. And they are doing that for an imagined audience. And you claim that these narratives, right, they organize the reception of abstract art in Brazil, and this is tied to this idea of whiteness. But I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit more on this issue of audience, especially when we are considering that these discussions were circulating in mass media, newspaper, or even storefronts of Mesbla shops. Is it possible to assume an audience for these constructions? wouldn't this be a conversation about the production and not the reception of these narratives? And here I'm thinking about going back to Bispo, you know, the story of Bispo himself, who was an avid reader of newspapers and magazines. He was very well informed of politics in Brazil and internationally, etc. And this question is also tied. This is a question to everyone now, not only to Adele, you know. Well, Adele talks about the title of her paper includes the word erasures, right? So what are the other social identities that were not constructed, that were excluded from these narratives of modernism? And I am wondering if you could expand these ideas of erasures in terms of how these institutions, they were not erasing, but they were alternatively very actively creating narratives and art categorizations for artists of color that excluded them from modernism. For example, they created the category of folkloric, popular, outsider, etc., that continue to perpetuate hierarchies in the art world, in the art system. So if you could, Adele, if you could talk about this, but this is also a question to everyone.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Taya. Those are great questions about who the audience is. Is it possible to assume who the audience is for this? You know, what I'm arguing, some of what's happening in the post-war moment is, sorry, I have a cold, the incorporation of, you know, recent Central European and Eastern European migrants into an idea of whiteness in Brazil. And that's part of the dynamics that's happening around the discourse of abstract art. And I think your point is well taken, that the consumers of mass media are abroad. In the case of Lygia Clark, like, her self-presentation is happening in very particular newspaper circuits in Rio around feminine magazines, and she's telling people who she's voted for. So I think we can see her as like speaking to other middle class and affluent white women and trying to draw them in. And but I think the question you hit on at the end, and I'm more interested in other people's expertise because I don't work on Bispo do Rosario, and I learned a tremendous amount from y'all's presentations, is I think like what other social identities are erased and excluded from narratives of modernity. I also want to add to that, like, that narratives of modernity are not singular, right? Like, so the vision of abstraction that's promoted by these modern art museums and the São Paulo Bienal is one narrative of modernity. What you just illuminated for us, Silvana and Roberto as well in your presentation, Bispo was a modern subject. His experience was a narrative of modernity, right? Like, the hierarchies is that's a narrative of modernity that has less visibility and valorization in the stories we tell, but he was a modern subject, and those are experiences of modernism, and he was a modernist, right? So I'm going to stop talking and let you guys discuss what Taya brought up.
Yeah, this is a question that I had for everyone too, you know, what is modernity? And I'm thinking about Silvana's presentation. I love, you know, how you organize this presentation around rounds of Bispo's life. And this is very appropriate when we are considering, you know, Bispo as a fighter, etc. As a fighter, like literally and metaphorically, right, trying to survive the world. And I think that one of the major arguments of your presentation is that how you highlight this condition of modernity in his life, in his practice, the fact that he traveled all around the country by many different forms of transportation. But at the same time, he lived in a condition of archaism and modernity, right? Because so much of the legacy of slavery is still present until today, right? And was very present in his life. So I'm thinking about, you know, how looking at his works, we can challenge ideas of modernization, or what is modernity in the work of Bispo?
Such a difficult question. I think his work is modern. He's or either he's a contemporary artist in this sense. The only text I published on Bispo was this one in a little fanzine, which is called África, Arte do Bispo do Rosario, Africa. What he understands of Africa, and I show in this little text that he was brothering things about what's going on in Africa in the decolonization process. So as Tanya wrote somewhere, he's reading magazines, he's reading books, he's in the psychiatric hospital, but he says, I read the paper every day. He knows when they ask him, what's going on in the world? Oh, Russia invaded Pakistan. And then he was broidering the Miss, how do you call, ribbon of Afghanistan when he said this. When you read what he broidered there, he writes places in Afghanistan where the war was going on. So I think this shows how he's looking the world, inside or out of the psychiatric hospital. How he memorized what he was through when he left Sergipe to Rio de Janeiro, which was a capital, a very cosmopolitan city. And also his part of many times, like his part of this colonial past that's still in the present, but he's part of a sailor culture that broiders, that makes tattoos, that goes all around the world and exchange culture, like internet would do after. So sailors were kind of internet in there. So he has an experience that's in his art, as Tanya points. It's his life art or art life, whatever. No? And so he has this capacity to narrate and to create from his experience, in a sense, very precise. I mean, you can, everything you see in his, you can understand what he's doing in his work. So I think this is why he's a modern artist and a contemporary artist as well, as he goes through the 20th century.
Tanya and Roberto, do you want to?
Eu gostaria de comentar rapidamente essa questão de se Bispo era um artista moderno. O que eu tentei justamente foi mostrar que esse diálogo entre arte e loucura, no contexto da produção de pacientes psiquiátricos, no contexto da arte moderna, ele pode ser pensado pela direção dada pela palavra-chave expressão, pelo conceito de expressão. Me parece que Bispo mostra muito claramente, por isso talvez ele possa ser tomado como uma espécie de paradigma ou protótipo dessa relação em termos de um contexto da arte moderna, da arte contemporânea, no contexto atual da produção artística e da produção crítica e teórica. Me parece que Bispo é o artista farol para se pensar de uma outra maneira essa relação. E me parece que a palavra-chave, o conceito fundamental para isso seria o conceito de delírio. O delírio como essa possibilidade de construir a realidade de um modo não hegemônico, seguindo os sulcos que são desviantes em relação àqueles sulcos já traçados pelo arado, como a etimologia da palavra indica. Então, o delírio, ele conjugaria uma dimensão clínica, política, social, e, ao mesmo tempo, também uma dimensão ética, porque apostar na arte pela via do delírio é trazer da loucura, e isso é o que faz Mário Pedrosa num texto de 1951, aí a gente tem toda uma historiografia dessas relações entre arte e loucura no Brasil, né, que me parece muito importante. Mário Pedrosa, o que ele vai sinalizar é justamente que No delírio, ele não fala em termos de delírio, mas no que é trazido pelos pacientes psiquiátricos, está em jogo uma comunicação, ou seja, o contrário da ideia de expressão autística, né? E eu acho que Bispo mostra isso, a situação Bispo é essa de uma comunicação no sentido de um indivíduo que não tinha lugar no mundo e que consegue transmitir a outros uma potência de transformação da realidade que lhe dá um lugar no mundo.
Just a brief note, your question about modernity. If you think of that modernity is always in tension with the tradition, it's a dialogue, a dialect between tradition and modernity. I would say that from what I presented today, that he experiences deeply inside his body, inside his life, how slavery modernized itself throughout its legacy in the Brazilian society, and how he lived that segregated, marginalized space in Brazilian society. And I would say that even how he experienced deeply the modern space of modern architecture and modern urbanism in Brazil. And so, in a sense, I think Michael Asbury put a very interesting question about how we would read him today. And I think that when he started to be recuperated as an artist, I think at that moment, it was very special the way he was dealing with the spaces he was allowed to occupy and how he was transforming them as place, because that was the time, the 80s, in which architecture, and particularly architecture in Brazil, they were discussing deeply this question between space and place, and how you can try to humanize this abstract, undifferentiated space of modernity in modern architecture, and particularly modern architecture in Brazil, in which he lived in many aspects, and even the city.
Yeah, thank you. And thinking about architecture and going to your presentation, Roberto, I think it's very productive, the analogy that you created between Bispo's workspace, or however you can call that space, atelier, cell, etc., and historical spaces of resistance for Black populations, such as quilombos or strongholds. And you argue that the disregard to that space is just a logical result of his life, how he was treated, and is a result of racism, because of the disregard on how, of his work, of how he transformed that space of oppression of that psychiatric institution into a space of creation, a space of resistance. And I want to ask you and Tanya, because I know that Tanya somewhere in her other essays, she talks about the micropolitics of Bispo, the very small and the potent ways that he found to subvert all the systems that repressed him, including his living space. For example, at some point he got the keys to his cells, and he controlled everyone who was able to come in and out. And I want to ask you, Roberto, Tanya, Silvana, feel free to also chime in. How different forms of oppression, including racism, are featured in Bispo's works. And we can think about many different works, from the Vitrine Macumba, or how he is reflecting on the processes of decolonization of African countries that we see in his Mrs. Ashes. And Tanya somewhere mentions a little collage with an imagery of children and iron chains, etc. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I would say that Silvana, in her wonderful presentation, mentioned many spaces and backgrounds, cultural ones, that we can read through what he produced. And I would say that many images of races, you can read through there, those spaces of plantation, and also everything he suffered. But I wouldn't restrict that to the psychiatric institutions. I would also add that to the artistic institutions, because for me, the decision to transform him into an artist is very connected to the destruction of that space, because it would be impossible to use his artifacts as artworks unless they had to disoccupy those space. And so in order to have objects to exhibit as artworks, I know that it's a paradox, but they have to destroy many things. And Kaira Cabanhas has highlighted how Frederico Moraes discarded many objects, and forever it will be a loss. And I think it's not easy. It's something that we have always to mention. And so I wouldn't restrict that to the psychiatric institutions. I would say that also the artistic ones. And that's why it's interesting, because the curators of this exhibition in the catalog, they put that doubt if it is art or not, because I think it always has to be there, because it continues to be against his will. I think Tanya mentioned something very interesting. Maybe he didn't understand what was conceived as an artist, but he refused to participate in the exhibition when Frederico Moraes invited him. But nowadays, he's an artist. Everybody mentions that very naturally. And for me, it's another trace of racism to say what the person is and not accept what the person says she herself thinks she is. And so I think the violence persists.
Sim, Roberto, eu concordo com você a respeito da necessidade de respeitarmos, claro, a maneira como cada um quer ser reconhecido e tratado. No caso de Bispo, há uma controvérsia. Na verdade, o artista Lula Vanderlei, ele estava com Frederico Moraes quando o Frederico perguntou ao Bispo se ele gostaria de participar da exposição, e Lula considerou, talvez pela sua experiência com pacientes psiquiátricos, Lula entendeu a resposta de uma maneira diferente da que Frederico entendeu. Lula não entendeu como uma recusa. Então, eu acho que tem uma complexidade no que diz respeito à obra do Bispo, pela sua ligação com a vida de Bispo, pela radicalidade que se apresenta entre as duas, que tem que ser considerada de uma maneira muito delicada, muito cuidadosa, realmente. Para ele, me parece que a noção de artista não se coadunava com aquilo que estaria em jogo na sua missão. Eu acho que se trata desse termo, do uso desse termo, missão, mas eu vejo muitos artistas que produzem atualmente, assim como artistas importantes da história da arte, que eles também falam dos seus trabalhos em termos de missão. Eu acho que, de fato, no trabalho artístico, na produção de alguém como artista, existe um endereçamento ao outro que não deixa de ser uma espécie de missão também. Então, se a gente pode abrir mão, e isso é uma necessidade ética, me parece, hoje, a respeito da loucura. Se a gente pode abrir mão do diagnóstico para pensar de forma mais ampla o que está em jogo na caracterização de alguém como artista ou não, eu acho que a gente percebe que Arthur Bispo do Rosário, caso ele não fosse um homem negro, pobre, imigrante, ele poderia ter sido um grande artista e não ter o seu nome relacionado a uma entidade psicopatológica como esquizofrenia, como é o caso de muitos artistas, me parece. Então, não me parece que enfermidade seja uma marca identitária que possa ser usada de maneira a categorizar alguém, a não ser quando a própria pessoa usa o termo, e é o caso hoje em dia no movimento antimanicomial, por parte de alguns pacientes, se trata de se identificar como paciente psiquiátrico. Salvo essa situação precisa, eu acho que a gente tem que colocar em suspensão essa categoria.
Tanya, may I jump in? I think it's interesting you mentioned his mission, because for me it's very curious. Everybody mentions that he had that vision in 1938 December, and he went to the monastery, São Bento, Mosteiro de São Bento, and he was refused. All he wanted was to enter in the religious institution, and that institution refused him, sent him to the police, who sent him to the hospice, and later sent him to the art institution. And so he's never considered in what he wanted to be considered, which is the religious realm. And that's the realm I suggest Silvana to add as a round. I understand that he wanted to be a boxer, and that is maybe he was a sportsman, but he never wanted to be an artist. Maybe, as you said, he had no notion, but maybe he wanted to be reinserted in the Navy or to be a boxer, but not an artist. He was not understand that. And so I prefer the doubt, and I think people are in debt with him.
Well, I am not an art historian, I'm an historian, so I'm not saying anything about it. I found him as an artist, I don't know why. I cannot say my now what, but I see him as an artist as well. I think he's a messiah, you know. I think he is, he believes he is the Son of Man, né? You know, Christ. He came back on the third day. He says that. I respect it a lot. And I think he's doing this. He's looking behind his past. And so he's trying to organize what he lived to present to God. I think he does a lot of artistic operations in this action. So you know, I'll keep being a historian, not an art historian. Sorry. For me, he's an artist.
Well, thank you, everyone. I'm so sorry we need to close this conversation. I'm sure we could be talking about this for 1 more hour, but we need to stop now. I really appreciate all your presentations. We have more questions from the audience. I know Luisa, and I'm gonna put her in touch with Silvana so that Silvana can answer that question later, okay? So don't forget, tonight we have our keynote talk, and it's gonna be from 6 to 7 online. And tomorrow we have our second day of Symposium, and I hope you will be able to join us. So thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.